when did you attend this course?
It
was in September 2002, my lord.
September 2002.
Thank you. Where did it take place?
It
was here at the lab.
Laboratory.
Let's try to be specific. Where here at the lab?
It was here in South Africa at the lab, at the forensic science lab.
Forensic science lab.
Yeah, in Pretoria.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, is it also true or correct that the word CMS stands for consecutive meshing striations? CMS stands for consecutive meshing striations.
Can you please repeat that?
Consecutive matching striations.
Consecutive matching striations.
That's correct. Consecutive matching striations, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you familiar with this concept?
That's correct, madam.
Thank you. Now, these are some of the concepts which you got when you attended that Bruce Moran and George Murdoch lecture in 2002, not so? Amongst others.
Amongst others, yes, my lord.
Thank you. Now, you tested, you fired some test bullets, and on those that you fired as test bullet, you went on to work to compare bullet number 5 and 9 with the same bullet, not so?
Number 5 and number 9.
My lord, I compared all the bullets that I fired with the exhibit bullet.
So you're saying you compared all the... How many tests did you fire again? Test bullets?
8 test bullets.
Thank you. And you compared those 8 test bullets with the same bullet?
That's correct.
Then of those 8 bullets, you then proceeded. Then why did you mention in your... Why did you mention in your affidavit that you only worked on bullet number 5 and 9 and not mention all of them?
Number 5 and number 9
in my affidavit, there's no way I've mentioned only bullet number 5 and bullet number 9. I've compared all bullets with the exhibit bullet. The only thing that I did when preparing a court chart, I used bullet number 5 and bullet number 9.
Okay.
Bullet number 7, bullet number 5 and number 9 David. Take this fellas in town. Got to get uma senizokwenza umbiko ngisenzise bullet number 5 and number 9.
Why did you specifically prefer bullet number 5 and number 9?
Yini kokwenza ukuthi ukhethe number 5 and number 9?
Well, those are the bullets that I could see a better marking that can be produced on my code chart. That's why I use those two.
Ilezi inhlamvu ke engibone kuzona kunezimpawu ezibonakalayo engakwazi ukuthi ngizifake ku chart yami engayiletha la enkantolo.
So are you then telling this court that the other bullets which you fired that you also examined could not give you better marking, although they were fired from the same firearm?
Ngizomchaza ukuthi ke nanoma ke sithule isibhamu esisodwa lezi ezinye inhlamvu ezingenazo izimpawu ezibonakala kahle.
Well, there were markings on all the bullets, but I prefer to use bullet number 5 and bullet number 9 because of their markings.
Zonke inhlamvu zasinazo izimpawu kodwa ke mina ngakhetha ukuthi ngizosebenzisa number 5 no number 9 izona engaziqoqa.
Did you at any stage say try to compare or compared the bullet amongst themselves? Did you compare bullet number 5 to bullet number 3? Test bullet number 5 to test bullet number 3. Did you do that?
Number 3 number 5.
I compared all the bullets with the exhibit. Comparing the test will not help with anything because I know those are the known match. Those are the tests that I have fired in the firearm.
Zonke bengiqhathanisa nenhlamvu eyathola esigamekweni ngoba bengekuzizela ukuthi ngiqhathanise zona zodwa ngoba zonke bezizokuthetha.
But now the bullet that you ultimately used to prepare the code chart, which is bullet number 5 and bullet number 9, actually gave you better marks, not so?
That's correct.
Wagcina kusebenzisa bullet number 5 to number 9 ukuthi wenze ama-chart akwathi yebo.
Thank you. Now you request Lieutenant Colonel Surero to override your work, not so?
Manje ke asecela uKolonel Surero ukuthi naye abukeze umsebenzi wakho.
It was only for the mic work verification, it's confirmation of my mic work. If he agrees with me on my findings.
Ngangifuna ukuqinisekisa umsebenzi engangwenzile ukuthi ngithola ukuthi yena uyavumelana yini naloko nomphumela engawuthola la.
I'm sorry, maybe I used a wrong term, override. I actually should have used term to confirm. Confirmation, I'm sorry about that. But nonetheless, you understood what I was saying. And then in the confirmation of your test, Lieutenant Colonel Surero then uses bullet number 4 and bullet number 8, not so?
Number 4 and number 8
But I gave him all the tests and he used all the tests. And the marks that he could find, or maybe that he could identify it properly, it was bullet number 8 and bullet number 4 and bullet number 8.
Ngamnika zonke inhlamvu ukuthi azihlole kodwa ke na wakhetha ukuthi uzosebenzisa number 4 no number 8.
That is exactly what I'm saying. In his affidavit, he says in his section 212 affidavit, he says, I use test bullet number 4 and bullet number 8 to confirm the tests that were done by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena. That is exactly what he says.
Bakushoyo kwa affidavit yakhe engaphansi section 212 uthi yena wasebenzisa le nhlamvu number 4 no number 8 uqinisekisa umphumela owawuthola wena.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you. You also wouldn't tell the court whether, you don't know whether did it make any endeavors to compare that bullet number 8 and bullet number 4 to those test bullets that you came and prepared on the court chart here at court, not so? That is bullet number 5 and 9.
Ushuthi wena wazi ukuthi wasebenzisa bullet number 4 number 8 wasikhathanisa nalezi wena wasebenzisa bullet number 5 no number 9.
Malot, I don't know if he compared those bullets first, but he compared all the tests probably with the exhibit that I gave him. Because the purpose was to compare the bullet, to confirm the microscopic work that I did, that the bullet, exhibit bullet, is positive with the test bullet.
Nangasi ke noma wazama ukuqhathanisa lama lezinhlamvu engangizigqokile mina uthi ngisebenzise nalezi yena ezigqokile kodwa engazi ukuthi ngamnika zonke inhlamvu ukuthi azihlole ukuthi ziyahambelana yini nale nhlamvu le yatholakala endaweni yesigameko.
Now, would you agree with me that you said you fired the FMJs and you also fired the FMS bullets because the FMJ did not give you it did not, I'm sorry. Just a second, man. I think I did not switch my phone off. Now, you said you fired the FMJs, that's so the full metal jackets, not so, amongst others.
What when I was in terms was to FMJ,
That's correct, Malo.
Yeah,
and do you know what type of a bullet was bullet number 8?
Number 8, we asked
bullet number 8 was FMG.
The bullet number 8 was FMJ.
And that is the bullet that Sirero worked on, not so?
That's correct, Malo.
What's it here?
Now, how do you explain this rationale? That you had to fire the CMJs in order to get better markings, and yet Mr. Sirero uses the FMJ to compare your tests. I mean, to affirm your tests, to confirm your tests.
Empowers Bonada and gone, and then Usirero was our FMJ, Butatole, was FMJ, Butatole, in the which are consensus always.
Malo, the first 2 FMJ bullets that I have compared with were the tests which were fired by Warrant Officer Rudolphs. I could not get the match on this, but could see the similarities. That's why I've decided to shoot more tests using the correct ammunition. And within those correct ammunition, there's CMJs. I also used the 2 FMJs I compared. Not that the 2 FMJs that I fired didn't have marks, they had marks.
Warrant Officer Rudolphs. Emva kwalokho ke ngasengisebenzisa ke ezinye inhlamvu dubule ezinye inhlamvu ngoba ngangifuna ukuthi ngithole phela ukuthi kukhona yini impawu ezikwazi ukubonakala ezinye ke zazo ezimbili sayizilolu hlobo lwe-FMJ.
No, I don't understand, but can you also understand what I'm saying? Maybe let me put it in a different way. You say you had to fire the CMJ because they were made of a softer material. Therefore, the transfer of the marks into the test bullet was easier compared to the FMJ, not so?
CMJ, CMJ, ngoba uthi zona wakwazi ukuthi impawu zibonakale kangcono kuzona ngoba ke kusho ukuthi ke impawu lezi eziphume esibhamini zidlulisekela kangcono kulolu hlobo lwe-CMJ akunjalo.
Not that there were no marks on those FMJs, or the marks will differ. Marks will not differ. It's just that when you shoot the test on this firearm, because of the condition of the firearm, as I said, it does not transfer those marks properly to all the exhibits. In some of the tests, you can see the marks that you cannot see on the others. Even on those FMJs, there were marks that are visible on the FMJs, but on those, the CMJs, you could not see them clearly. So not necessarily that I couldn't see anything on the FM. I could see the marks also on the FMJs.
Yeah, but lapha ku FMJ bengikwazi ukuzibona lezi impawu kodwa bezingacacile ngone yiko nje bekufanele kudutshule lesi CMJ ngoba bese ngishilo ukuthi isibhamu lesi sasesigugile and impawu zazingadluliseki kalula zidlulisekela ke einhlamvini.
Now you are also confirming that the firearm was old and the barrel was abused. It could not transfer proper marks onto certain types of bullet. That is what you say.
Uthike uyavumelana nami ukuthi isibhamu sasesisidala futhi nomphopho waso ke awusugugile ungasakwazi ukudlulisela impawu kalula enhlamvini.
My lord, it could not transfer marks clearly that it could, but it could transfer marks, and it's possible to connect some of the marks that were transferred to the bullets by the firearm.
Ngisho ukuthi impawu lezi zazidlulisekela ke enhlamvini zasingacacile kahle kodwa ukusho lo ukuthi kwakungenalutho oluwuphawu lesi sibhamu sasidlulisela enhlamvini.
Thank you. Now back to my initial question, that which I surmise you did not understand. Sirero, you're saying bullet number 8, which was used by Sirero to confirm your work, was a FMJ, not so?
So, number 8 yasetshenziswa uSirero kwakuwuhlobo lwe-FMJ anginjalo?
That's correct.
Yebo unjani?
Yourself, the bullets that you used to prepare the court's shot, those two bullets, that's now bullet number 5 and 9, were CMJs, not so?
So, itambuko owasebenzisaka nokuthi wenza amashot akwaletha la enkantolo unhlamvu number 5 neyo number 9. So business in terms of CMJ.
My lord, I will repeat again.
Can you please answer the asker?
I'm asking the question.
Not
I've answered
so.
this question and I'm asking.
CMJ, I'm not saying repeat anything. I'm simply asking you, the bullets, the test bullets which you yourself have used in order to prepare the court's charts with CMJs, not so?
Ngithike mina inhlamvu wasebenzisa ukuthi ulungisa ama-chart okwaletha la enkantolo zaza uhlobo lwe-CMJ anginjalo?
That's correct, my lord. There's
Thank
two
you.
test bullets that I have preferred to use for the court chart were the two CMJs.
Yebo kunjalo ukuthi lezi inhlamvu endile engangigqoke ukuthi ngizisebenzise ukwenza ama-charge kwakungama-CMJ.
Thank you. Now, Sirero comes and confirm your tests that are based on the FMJs. I mean your tests which are based on CMJs when he has used the FMJs. Do you understand that?
Now we have to go usebenzisa ama-FMJ ukuthi aqinisekise umsebenzi wakho wena owawusebenzise kuwona ama-CMJ.
Do you understand it?
My lord, the FMJs, I could make them positive, but I did not use them for court chart.
Yebo bengingakwazi ukuthi ngisebenzise lezo inhlamvu zama-CMJ kodwa ngizange ngizisebenzise ukwenza ama-shot asenkantolo.
But then why? Because rule of say also used FMJs. Why didn't you continue to use these FMJs?
Manje yini ngingazange ngiqhubeke ngisebenzisa wona ama-FMJ ngoba nangu no-rule of say wasebenzisa ama-FMJ.
My lord, I've mentioned this. The FMJs which were shot by rule of did not have proper marks. Okay. That's why I had to shoot my own test. And within my test, I've also fired the FMJs, of which on my FMJs, I could see the markings.
Bese ngishilo ukuthi la ma-FMJ ayedutshule urule of say ayengenazo impawu ezicace kahle yikho ngithe mina angidubule ezami iy'nhlamvu and futhi kulezi engazidubula ngichazile ukuthi nama-FMJ ayekhona.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, you said you understand the concept of CMS, consecutive matching striator, not so?
That's correct, madam.
This is an CMS consecutive matching striator. What here?
Now, in a test exhibit, in what region of the test bullet will we find these striations?
Manje ke kule inhlamvu le yasesigamekweni le migqa le ukhuluma ngayo uyitholakala
in what? Can you rephrase the question?
In what region of the test bullet will we find, or would the expert normally find striations?
Manje le migqa le kuthiwa ama striation atholakala phi kule inhlamvu le yasesigamekweni?
On the grooves.
Bathi ke la kukhona imisele khona.
Thank you. You're also familiar with the concept of same relative area or position, not so?
Can you please repeat that?
You're also familiar with the concept of same relative position within the context of ballistic analysis, not so?
Same relative position.
Same relative position. I'm asking him if he is familiar with that concept as it is used within the context of ballistic analysis.
Same relative position kusho ukuthi ke indawo efanayo etholakala endaweni eyodwa.
That's correct.
Wathi yebo kunjani?
Thank you. Now, in a practical application of this concept, maybe before I get to there, is this also one of the concepts that you got when you attended the seminar or the training by Bruce Moran and John Maddock?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, how would you define the concept of same relative position as it relates to ballistic analysis?
Manje umhlaziyeni ke inhlamvu lena lento ekuthiwa same relative position yona ungayichaza kanjani?
My lord, when you're speaking of the same relative position, I mean on both items it must be on the same position.
Yes.
If you are looking at 1 o'clock on your exhibit, it must be 1 o'clock on your test. If you are rotating your exhibit or your exhibit and test, you rotate them simultaneously to look on the same relative positions. You're not moving one and then you move the other one, or you don't move the other. Both items must be on the same position and you move them simultaneously. Then you are on the same relative position.
The same relative position. Imigqa le etholakalayo ke la enhlamvini ifanele itholakale endaweni efanayo kuzo zombili inhlamvu. Kusho ukuthi nanoma ke uziguqula ke lezi inhlamvu lefanele ziguqule ngesikhathi esisodwa ukuze kutholakala ukuthi endaweni ethize yatholakala yini impawu ezifanayo.
Thank you. Now let us use just one exhibit. Just one exhibit. In relation to just one exhibit, test bullet, let's say it's a test bullet or it's a scene bullet, the bullet that is picked up from the scene. In relation to that exhibit, what is the meaning of this concept, same relative position in relation to that one exhibit? Not as when you're comparing two exhibits.
Noma ithetholele esigamekweni noma ileyo utesta ngayo masikhuluma nge-same relative position usukhuluma ngayo.
My lord, you cannot speak of same relative position in one item. It cannot be. If it's same relative positions, when you are comparing two items, it must be the same position from this one and this one. So if you are talking of one exhibit, what do you mean by the same relative position? You are relating it to which exhibit or to which part of it? Because you are talking about one item.
Angeke kwazi uthi izinto ziyafana kuwukuthi ukhuluma ngento eyodwa.
Say, is it not so that when you are using two exhibits, the purpose why you're doing that is to compare if there are similarities between the same exhibits, not so.
Uma uthole imibukiso emibili angithi ke kufanele ukuthi uqhathanise ukuthi ubone ukuthi khona ukufanana yini akunjalo.
Now you are comparing two different items, the similarities on those two different items. Then you must be on the same relative position on both three, so that you can see if they match.
Manje uma uqhathanisa izinto ezimbili ufanele uzame ukubuka endaweni engathi cishe kube indawo efanayo ukuze ubone ukuthi ziyafana yini lezi.
Thank you. I don't dispute that, not even with a cent. Now let us start here. You receive a sin bullet, not so.
Asiqale lana asithi uthole inhlamvu etholakala etholekale esigamekweni.
That's correct.
Yebo njalo.
Now under your microscope, you put that sin bullet under your microscope, and then you determine that there are indeed some striations in that bullet, not so, on the grooves, as you say, not so.
Uthatha le nhlamvu uyifaka ngaphansi kwe-microscope ukuthi ubone ukuthi kukhona yini la ekudwebeke khona la kunemisele khona enhlamvini leyo akunjalo.
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo.
And let us assume at this point you haven't received a tool which that scene exhibit could have been or a gun or a firearm that scene exhibit could have been fired from. It's only the scene bullet. You not received any firearm, not so.
Manje uma ungakayitholi ke isibhamu engacatshengela ukuthi ngabe kuyisona esadubula le nhlamvu usaphethe sikhuluma ngokuthi manje usaphethe inhlamvu eyodwa nje etholakele endaweni yesigameko.
I hear that, man.
Yeah, no, this process is very necessary. We're trying to assist the court. We're simplifying it with a view to assist the court. Now, you put that scene exhibit under microscope and you're able to identify certain marks.
But manje uthatha ke le nhlamvu oyithole endaweni yesigameko sufake ngaphansi kwe-microscope manje usuyabona ukuthi kukhona izimpawu ezikhona.
Do you follow?
Yes, I follow that, my lord.
Ngiyalandela.
And because of that identification, is it not so that would you then mark those, would you then continue to mark those marks which you have identified under microscope, not so, from the scene bullet?
Manje ke ukuthi ke wena uzohamba ulokubhala ukuthi iziphi naziphi izimpawu lezo uzitholile kuleyo nhlamvu muyibuka ngaphansi kwe-microscope akunjalo.
I don't understand to mark them. To mark them, you can't mark them not knowing that what type of marks it can be unique markings, but are you comparing them with anything?
Uma ngazwisisa ukuthi kuzobe ngizimakelani ngoba nje ngenzeka ukuthi izimpawu nje ezikhona ezingafani nezinye inhlamvu. Kodwa ungasikhathanisa ngibona ukuthi uzobe uzimakelani.
Say you're not yet at the position where you need to compare. We're not yet there. You still now having one exhibit. You just want to identify that exhibit if it has got marks. Do you understand?
Nasikafike esikhathini sokuqhathanisa sithi usathole inhlamvu eyodwa usafuna ukubona nje kuphela ukuthi inazo yini izimpawu ezikhona lapha kuyona.
Do you understand?
Yes.
I understand there will be grooves on those and then there will be marks on the grooves.
Yes.
Yebo kuzoba khona imisele khona lapha kuleyo nhlamvu futhi ke nezimpawu ezithile zizobe zikhona nazo khona lapha kuleyo nhlamvu.
Now some days later an investigating officer then brings a firearm and requests you to do a matching.
Manje emva kwaloko ke sekufika ke iphoyisa liphethe isibhamu bese ke licela ukuthi awuzameke nje uqhathanisa nalesi sibhamu.
Now, is it not so that from that firearm then you will proceed to fire test bullets, not so?
Kusho ukuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ukusithatha lesi sibhamu kuhamba yodubula ke inhlamvu ozohlola ngaso akunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Then from those test bullets, you will then go and retrieve the same bullet that you had worked on before and compare that same bullet with the test bullets, not so. Now, this is comparison.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Now back to my question. Those marks, because you've just said that there are marks, of course, that you could find on the scene bullets, which would be normally on the grooves. Now, that groove on which the marks are appearing, would that not be a same relative area?
Oh,
if I compare the two bullets, then I identify the groove that matches.
Yes.
Then that groove will be my first groove. Then when I start looking at the markings, the individual markings on that one, I'll start matching them. Then I'll go to the next groove, of which will be the same relative position on both items, move it to the next groove. You can look into that when you see the whole groove. If you can see, you don't want to see the whole groove, you can just magnify it, make the marks a little bit bigger. You can count that. No, if you see the whole groove, you can count all your striations on those things.
Ngiyengibona ukuthi ukhona umsele engizothi uma ngiwubhekile ngibona ukuthi lo ngiyawubona kahle lo msele ukuthi unjani bese ngiyabheka ukuthi ukhona yini impawu ezitholakala kulowo msele and then ke uma sengiqhathanisa ke nale enye ke inhlamvu ngizofuna ke umsele ofana nalo yamsele lo ngale bese ngiyabona ukuthi cha yiyo le ndawo engathi indawo ezifana nayo mase ngiqhubekela phambili ngizofuna indawo ezinjalo ezicishe ezifanayo.
Thank you, sir. Now, your understanding of the concept same relative area would mean you can find certain marks on a particular groove, and then you can go to, and then you twist the exhibit, and then you find certain marks there as well. That it means now on two different groups you find marks which are similar. That is now your understanding of the concept same relative area.
Manje ushuthi ke umusuke wathola imarketize mhlawumbe uphawu thize komunye ke wemsele letholakala lapha kuleya nhlamvu. And then usiguqula ke leyo nhlamvu uthole ukuthi ke uthola enye omunye umsele onolunye uphawu usho ukuthi enye ke indawo engathiwa i same relative position usho ukuthi indawo efana nayo le.
That's correct, Malo.
Ndiyabunjalo.
So you go to a third groove, you go to a fourth groove, you find certain markings there on both exhibits, that the test bullets and your scene bullets, and you find certain markings which are similar. According to you, that will also constitute same relative area. That is the first groove, the second groove, the third groove, the fourth groove. According to you, that would still constitute same relative area.
manje musudlula kumselo wesibili wesithathu esine wesihlanu basuthola ukuthi kukhona impawu ezikhona lapho endaweni efanayo iloko ozobiza ngokuthi same relative area.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct. Kunjani?
You attended this training offered by Bruce Moran and John Murdoch in 2002. Is that what you got from them?
Manje ufunde lapha lesifunde sethula uBruce Moran no John Murdoch ngo-2002. Ikona lokho wakufunde lapha?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
Sir, with due respect and the greatest respect that I have for the experts, I'm going to put it to you that you had it all wrong. That is going to be demonstrated when and as and when the matter progresses, that you had it all wrong. Thank you. Let's proceed. CMS, consecutive machine striations.
Sorry to interrupt, Council. It has been put to the witness that to be demonstrated that he's got it all wrong without really laying the basis, my lord. Can we just inquire what is the basis for that proposition?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
I do not understand the basis of the objection, Mother. I'm requested to lay the basis, but I also don't understand the basis of the objection.
No,
may the state please explain himself. What does he mean that I should, what is the basis of that objection?
No, but logically, that's how I understand the question. Logically, this expert witness must be told what the correct position is because he has got it all wrong. He must be told. Mr. Baloi, is that what you...
Yes, indeed, that is the basis of the objection.
If you don't want to tell him or her, or you don't think it's necessary, you're at liberty not to.
I've just indicated, my lord, that as the trial progresses, that is going to be demonstrated that he got it all wrong.
All right.
Exactly. So I don't understand the basis of the objection.
All right.
Thank you. CMS, the consecutive machine striator. What do you understand by with the term consecutive?
Manje-ke masikhuluma ngaleli gama leli esetshenziswa lapha ku-CMS consecutive matching striator. Leli gama-ke elithi consecutive yini-ke oluzwisisayo ukuthi
let me put it this way. It could be a very broad term. I'm referring to it when it is used within a ballistic context.
Leli gama leli ngifuna ukuthi ngizwisise kahle ukuthi la uma sikhuluma ngalokuhlola iy'nhlamvu ku-ballistic lisetshenziswa kanjani leli term elithi consecutive.
My lord, I'll simplify it as continuous matching striations only.
Hayi ngalichaza ngokuthi consecutive matching striator.
Continuous matching strike.
Asho uthi chaza ukuthi ke ngathi imigqa engathi iyafanana enokulandelana.
Continuous matching strike. It's consecutive. Continuous. Thank you. Now, we are going to go into the chart that we have prepared in order to simplify this whole process of continuous, as you say, and
You can say
consecutive,
continuous
as
or
I'm saying.
sequence of matching strides.
Excuse me?
Continuous or sequence of matching strides.
Sequence of matching stride.
Singakhuluma ke ngemigqa elandelanayo efana nayo.
Thank you. Now, I think if you go to the chart that we have prepared, because if you speak in continuous, the sequence of matching stride, to a person who does not understand this concept, they will just be wandering in the wilderness. Let us simplify it by specifically referring to the chart that we have prepared. Thank you. Now, I'm going to request that we go to Exhibit 13E6. If it can be built for us, please. The reason why I prepared Exhibit 13E6 is because we have already marked them. Those are the ones that were made available to us yesterday morning. If it can be enlarged, please. Thank you. Now, is it correct that this is similar to Exhibit 13E1?
That's correct.
Thank you. Just a second. Oh yeah. Thank you. Now I'm not so sure whether as we do this exercise you're going to move from the witness box and just get nearer to the screen there, or what methodology we're going to use. Maybe the state can assist in that regard. Remember, we're here at the invitation of the state. State is administrative. So I'm just wondering if the state will be in a position to assist. Because I'm avoiding a situation where we say, you see there, you see there, you see there, you see there, there, below, there. No, it won't work. Science is the art of precision and accuracy. We are going to be very accurate. I'm not so sure, my lord, whether this witness is going to get to the board today as he's trying to demonstrate the concept that I'm asking him about or what.
Yeah, ask him. He will go there if he has to answer by going there. And then he'll come back into the witness stand and tell us what he just saw.
Thank you, my lord. Now, we are on Exhibit 13E6. We're busy trying to analyze this concept of consecutiveness as it relates to ballistic expertise or processes. Now, there are arrows there that are marked one that is on both. We assume that the exhibit that is on the left hand side is the scene exhibit, not so.
Sithatha ngokuthi ke la kubonakala khona kulesi sithombe kunemcibisholo e1 futhi ke satha ngokuthi ke isithombe singapha ngakwesokunxele isithombe ke senhlamvu eyatholaka endaweni yesigameko kanjalo.
That's correct.
Thank you. And what is depicted on the left or on the right is a test bullet that was fired by you at the forensic science laboratory. So. Thank you. Now, there are arrows there that are marked 1.
Number 1.
Do you see them?
Yes, I can see it now.
Thank you, sir. Now, you can proceed. Actually, this is a process that the state needed to do, but unfortunately, they didn't. So, I'm now the incumbent that is taking you through the process. Now, what are they pointing at? Those others that are marked at number 1 on both sides.
Well, they are pointing at the striations that starts from the exhibit bullet, continues on your test bullets.
Thank you. And as you look on the screen, that will tell you that those are the highest points when you start from the bottom upward. Not so those ones, the arrows, they are at the highest point there. Not so.
Which ones? The ones at the top?
The ones which are marked 1, they are a little bit taller than the others. A little bit taller than the one marked 2, 3. 2 and 3, yes. Or let me put it this way, they are at an elevated angle compared to those that are marked 2 and 3, not so.
Number 3.
Not so.
They are at the elevated
level. It means they are above those that are marked 2 and 3.
Meaning 1.
Yes, 1 on the screen. On the screen. Yes. Is that not so?
That's so.
Thank you.
Number 2, number 3.
Now, when you have identified this 1, we can assume that the line that is running from the scene bullet to the test bullet, they align at the center of the 2 bullets. In other words, that could be regarded as a match, not so.
They
align, my lord, yes.
Yes, that's a match.
When you're only speaking about 1, you cannot say it's a match when you see only 1.
No, in other words, okay. In this regard, when I say a match, I don't mean, therefore, the conclusion is that the scene bullet matches the bullet that was, matches the test bullet. I'm saying there's a synergy there. The line goes through. It runs from the scene bullet to the test bullet. So there's a similarity there.
That's correct, man. As I said, it starts on the exhibit bullet, continues to the test bullet.
Yes. Now, what type of a line is that? Is it a striation, or what type of a line is it?
Yes, my lord, it's a striation line.
Thank you. Is it the class characteristics?
Come again?
Is it a class characteristic? Is that a subclass characteristics, or is it an individual characteristics?
Umbuzo ke lana uthi kukhona ke izigaba ezikhona ke lapha khona lo okubizwa ukuthi i-class characteristic no subclass characteristic. Manje ubuza ukuthi ke lo mugqa lona uyiluphi uhlobo?
Malo, that cannot be a class characteristic and cannot be a subclass characteristic.
Uthi ukwazi ukuba i-class characteristic noma i-subclass characteristic.
Awukahle Lieutenant Colonel. I'm asking you, is that a sub? Is it a class or is it an individual? Then you answer by saying, no, that can't be a sub. That can't be a class. But the question is very simple. What is it?
It is not a class characteristic, Malone. And it's not a subclass characteristic.
Then what it is?
What are you class characteristic? Are you on a subclass characteristic? Manje umbuzo ukuthi uyini kuma kungekona lokho kubili.
Malone, it can be individual markings, but you cannot just use it as an individual markings.
Kodwa ngenzeka ukuthi uphawu nje oluzimele kodwa ngeke ukusebenzise kanjalo.
Just a second. Yes, thank you. But in terms of the structure of comparison, is it also a counted line? Are we counting it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let's go to 2. To the arrows that are marked 2 on both sides.
Number 2.
Do you see them?
Yes, I see them.
Thank you. Now, we can also assume that like those like that line, that striation that goes that is marked number 1. We can number 1 on both sides. We can also assume that this is the same scenario. That is the line that is from the scene exhibit marked 2 goes through to the test bullet on your right hand side, which is marked 3. In other words, it goes through. There are similarities. I don't want to use the word match again.
So to kuyafana nakuloko esibonile kulomcibisho lokuqala ukuthi umcibisho lo wesithathu lolu phawu lelo liyadlulela kule nhlamvu le okuhlolwe ngayo kulusuka lapha kule nhlamvu le eyathola endaweni yesigameko njalo.
That's correct, man.
Thank you.
Yebo.
Maybe just before we proceed, is this now a 2-dimension or a 3-dimensional process?
Using a microscope.
What we're seeing?
Using a microscope.
Yes.
It's a 3-dimension.
3-dimensional. Thank you.
Most bheka lapha. 2-dimension noma 3-dimension yini kusho ukuthi ke ibonakala uma sithi 2-dimension kusho ukuthi khombisa ukuya phezulu nokuya ohlangothini kanti ke uma sikhuluma ngo 3-dimension ikhuluma ngokuthi kuya phezulu ohlangothini nokuthi ijule.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Njoba, that was excellent. Thank you. I think your understanding of what I've just said, or what a 3-dimension is, that was excellent. Thank you, sir. Now, that will be, according to you, that will be a second count, not so.
That's correct.
And according to you, that will be a consecutive count from 1. In other words, you've counted from arrow number 1, and then you're now in arrow number 2. That is 1, 2. It's a consecutive count according to you, not so.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, let us look between point number 1, arrow number 1 and arrow number 2 on the exhibit on the exhibit bullet. Between the space that is between the first striation and the second striation in the same bullet. What is it that you are able to identify there? Oh, what is identifiable there?
The space between the two is equal.
The space in your right, and what else?
What else meaning?
What else do you see? Meaning, what else do you see there, Lieutenant Colonel?
Are we referring to the other marks on the...
I'm specifically speaking about the side of the test bullets between arrow number 1 and arrow number 2.
That's why I said the space is equal. So I don't know any other thing that you are referring to.
So you don't see anything?
I don't know what you're talking about or referring to when you say anything.
Are there no striations that you're able to pick up between arrow number 1 and arrow number 2 on the same bullet?
On exhibit bullet, yes, there are other striations that ends up there on the dividing line.
Where do you see them?
Where do I see them?
Remember, we're talking about a space that is between arrow number 1 and arrow number 2. We have not yet moved further. Now you are saying yes, there are other striations that go up to the point where the two bullets are meeting. Is that what you're saying?
On the same space between 1 and 2?
Yes.
Yes, I can see them there.
Number 1 and number 2.
Maybe just for practical purposes, could you, with the leave of court, of course, can you just go and point them out at the screen there? Yeah, I've got a ruler here. I've got a ruler. Can you please pass it over?
Are we referring to these striations here? The ones that are here.
I'm asking you, what do you see? You must tell us. You have said you're seeing striation. I'm not referring to anything. You must tell us what do you see there. I'm not referring to anything. I've only asked you, what is it that you see between the space marked arrow number 1 and number 2? Then you said you see striations. Then you went there and pointed them out. Are those striations?
Yes, they are striations.
Thank you. How many?
There are 4 striations there.
Akhona imigqa emine.
Thank you. Those 4 striations which you've just mentioned, do they go through to the test bullet? Which is on the right? Are they also visible on the test bullet which is on the right?
Yabonakala indemigqa ku le bullet le test bullet engapha ngakwesokudla.
My Lord, they continue to the test bullets, but on that part of the test bullet, they are not visible. I just want to point out to you the court now. If you look at the test bullet here, they are not there, but if you continue looking, there they are this side. On this part of the bullet, they are not there. So if you look at your bullet, as I said, it's a soft bullet, it's a soft lead bullet. If it bends like this part will not have your marks. But this part will have your marks.
Okay,
so that bullet, because it's a soft bullet, the possibility of it bending a little bit so that it cannot pick up all the markings are very high there.
Okay.
Ngoba ke le nhlangu yezongo umthofu kwenza ukuthi kube khona la igobe khona bese kwenza ukuthi ke la lesimpawu lesi singadluleli endaweni eyodwa kodwa ke uma siqhubekela phambili ziyabonakala lesimpawu kuye lenhlangu le.
Thank you, sir. Now you had an opportunity the whole weekend to go and identify areas of similarities between the, there it goes again, oh it's back again, between the similarity, similarities between the test bullet, and when I say similarities, please understand me contextually, between the test bullet, which is on the right, and the exhibit bullet, which is on the left, to identify all those marks which are similar, whether they extend or they do not extend.
Usolila isikhathi esihle ngempela sonto ukuthi uhambe uyobheka futhi ukhombe zonke indawo la kubonakala khona indawo ezifanayo imigqa efanayo kule test bullet nale nhlamvu etholakele endaweni esigameko.
Not so.
That was not the assignment. The assignment was to go and depict the marks that are visible on E1, and that is precisely the exercise that the witness has done. Not all the striations, but the striations that he has identified on Exhibit E1.
Yes, it is a court, my lord. I think the state again had it all wrong. Very all wrong. Exhibit X13 EC1. He has got no markings. Which is the reason why on Friday, this expert was requested to go and identify and mark those areas which is able to identify on the exhibit bullet and the test bullet. That was the assignment. Nobody said to him that, look, if you are unable to find it in the middle and you find it at the end, you should not mark it. But exactly, that is coming, madam. Let's look at point number 3, error number 3. Error number 3. Now, is that not what you're suggesting, that the bullet would not have been able to pick up those marks as per a demonstration of it bending in the middle? You know, actually it's taking is it a convex or a concave shape? I think it's a convex shape or a concave shape, yes, such that as it goes through the barrel, it is unable to pick up mark in the middle of its body, but only on its edges, on its ends, not so. That is exactly what you have done on point number 3. And nobody said you should go and do it in point number 3. Now back to my question. If you are saying that those striations that we have already pointed out as striations that are between point number 1 and point number 2 on the seen bullet are also on the test bullet, irrespective of where they are in the test bullet. If you're able to pick them up, why did you not do the same exercise as you did on point number 3?
Ukuthi ke khona ke impawu zibonakalayo lapha enhlamvini yembukiso ezikhona lapha kule nhlamvu ye-test yini ke ungazange usikhombise lapha ku number 3 njengoba wenzile kule mgcilisho lokuqala nosibili.
Malat, I've pointed the sufficient marks to show the similarities between both exhibits and the test. I didn't point out all the marks. It's not going to be possible to point all the marks there. There's a lot of marks there.
Angizange ngifuna ukukhomba zonke impawu kodwa bengikhombisa nje impawu ezingasisiza ukuthi sibone ukuthi kukhona ukufanana.
But sir, exactly, that was the assignment. Go and identify all the marks that are found on the test bullet, on the test bullet and as well as the scene bullet. Nobody said limit yourself. That is the exercise that you are requested to go and do. Then you decide to come up with this. The state is objective.
That's a good question. We're not going to repeat ourselves and belabor the point, but we've made our point, and that was not the object of the exercise. The object of the exercise was for this witness to highlight the markings that he's identified in exhibit E1 on the exhibit that he is now handed up as exhibit E6. That was the sole purpose of the exercise.
As it please the court, Manat. I think I've made my point.
Sorry, just for... How did you understand the alleged assignment which you were given in connection with the charts? What were you supposed to do? I wasn't there when they agreed. They agreed amongst themselves that this is how you must do it.
I was requested to point out the marks that I have identified on the code chart. As I said, when I was testifying, they asked me how many marks did you see on the bullet. And I said, on the first chart, I remember I said 6 or 7 marks. And when I did the code chart, I've mentioned up to 6. If you can check all my markings, it's up to 6. I've never went more than 6.
Yes,
manje njengoba wena ubuhambile ngempela sonto wena ucanga ukuthi uthunye ukuthi uyokwenzana ukuthi hayi mina bengithunye ukuthi ngiyokhomba impawu ezisebenzisekayo.
No, and I'm aware of that trick, you say. Now you are simply aligning your answer to what the state has said and most probably to what the court is asking you. It's just an alignment, but nonetheless it's fine. I've made my point. Now, in terms of the counting, when there are stoppages in terms of synergy. Now, how do I put this one? Let us take a break, my lord. I'm requesting that you take a break. It's already time for a short break so that I prepare my answer to this one. My question to this one. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't want to confuse this witness with the answer, with the question that you will not be able to understand. Thank you. metal jacket, not so. I mean the CMJ, the test bullet which is on the right.
The test bullet CMJ.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Now you have been able, of course, with precision, to identify the 4 striations that are on the same bullet. Would you also do the same? Identify the 4 striations that are also on the test bullet? The 4 striations, yes.
My lord, as I explained, they are there, but they're not that clearly visible on the center, towards the center here. But if you go towards the end, there they are. You can see the continuation of those markings there.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was trying to avoid when you say, yeah, here they are, here they are. Here. You know, here they are, it's a very relative term. I said to you, and actually not me, we agreed, and the court also agreed with us that this is science, it's the art of precision and accuracy. Now we can't say here they are, like we trying to thumbsuck information. Now, because you have been able to, with accuracy, identify the 4 striations that are on the exhibit bullet on the right, on the left. We can't then all of a sudden say here they are on the right. We also need to pinpoint them with precision as well. Do you mind to do that?
Because the witness was pointing them out with the laser. I don't know if perhaps counsel missed that. When he was saying here they are, he was showing on the screen.
Maybe you should get near to the screen.
Yes.
Point them out with your laser if you want to.
I'm not so sure whether you also want to make use of the ruler. Oh, this time you... No, a ruler. Use ruler. Now, as you point them out, let's start with number, before you begin. As you point them out, you have said this is number, there are 4. Now, I'm going to request you to say the first one, and you're going to, it doesn't matter whether you start from the bottom or from the top, but there will always be a first one that will also have to match with their own, that needs to pair on the test bullet, the second one, the third one, and the 4th one as well. You may proceed. I just wanted to request you to follow that process.
Ngicela ukuthi umuchaza lapha ungikhombise ukuthi ke lolu phawu lokuqala lifana naluphi uphawu kule test bullet uye kanjani noma ungabe uzofuna ukuqala ngenhla noma uqale ngenzansi kodwa hamba ke uloku nje ukhomba ukuthi lolu luhambisana nalolu phawu lolu luhambisana nalolu phawu uzofika egcineni.
But before I go there and point at the ones I said the bullet could be that in the middle it bent a little bit, like, so those marks are not transferred to the whole bullet. So not all of them will be clear, not all of them will be visible that you can point them out. You can see some of them, but not all of them. And as I mentioned now,
I can see some of them, that's not for nothing.
On this part, you can't see them. But when it comes here, they start to appear again. And this is where they start to appear. Not all of them are visible, but you can see them here.
zonke kule nhlamvu le kodwa njengoba usibhekile lapha esithombeni kuyabonakala ukuthi ngasekuqaleni azibonakali kahle kodwa makulokuqhubeka ziqala ukubonakala azibonakali zonke zicace kodwa kuyabonakala ukuthi seziyaqala ukubonakala uma siyangale ngasekugcineni kwesithombe.
Thank you, sir. Now if you say they are visible, if they are visible then they can be counted, not so. You can count them if they are visible.
Mawukuthi zibonakala kahle ungakwazi ukuzibhala kanjani?
I'll point to the laser here. There they are, but not all of them are visible as clear as they are here. But there, you can see 2 or 3 of them there, but not as clear as here. So for me to go there and count them, it won't be of any sense.
It won't be what?
It won't be of any use.
It won't be any use.
Zicaci ngokulingene ngale ngasekugcineni kwesithombe.
Now, you say it won't be of any use for you to go to the screen and count them as you did when you showed those marks on the exhibit bullet. This time it won't be of any use. It's fine, sir, you have made your point.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Or should I repeat the whole thing?
If you can, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm saying, this time you're saying it won't be of any use for you to go identify and point out those striations which are on the test bullet, as you have done when you went to the screen and pointed out with precision those striations that are on the exhibit bullet. Now this time you're saying it won't be of any use for you to do it. And I'm saying it to you, it's fine, you have made your point.
Test bullet lesimpawu lesi njengoba usikhombisile kule nhlamvu lena etholakala endaweni yesigameko kanjani?
Malot, I've pointed them twice. Now I must go count them. As I said, I've pointed them there. They are visible. In terms of the same CMS that I've been requested, in CMS, you need only 6 matching striations or 2 sets of 3. There I've pointed out 6 matching striations, of which is the minimum, and they're enough for me to make it positive. There's no need to continue counting those lines.
Lapha ngikhombisile impawu eziyisithupha and ezikuthiwa ke nje izona ezidingekayo ukuthi zikwazi ukukhombisa ukuthi khona ukufanana. Angazi ukuthi usadinga ukuthi ngiyozibhala ngizibhalelani futhi.
Now I'm not so sure what question are you now answering, sir, because you just muttering, you going on and on and on, trying to re-emphasize what is not emphasizable, that you have been able to identify 6. Nobody asked how many have you identified, but nonetheless, let's go back to the counting process, which is what actually brought us here. That's the counting process. Now, you have, and we're agreeing with you that those arrows that are marked 1 and 1 on the left and right, that's a striation. In other words, it runs throughout. It's a similarity. There's no argument about that. There's no argument about that. And that is your first count. That is your 1, not so.
That is correct, Mama.
But then in terms of a breakage, where you're supposed to go to the next striation, but you realize that there are dissimilarities in terms of the marking of the bullet, and there's a similarity immediately thereafter, what do you do?
Can you please repeat that one?
Thank you, sir. I am saying we have counted 1. Now you need to go to 2. But before you arrive at 2, which is a similarity, there's no argument about that. But there's a dissimilarity between the 2 bullets, between 1 and 2. In other words, there are markings that are on the scene exhibits, which are not on the test bullet. What do you do in terms of counting?
Ungakafiki uphawu lesibili uma uhlangana nendawo la ubona khona ukuthi kukhona ukwehlukana kwezimpawu ukungafani wenzani uma uhlangana nento enjalo.
My lord, if I have those markings on my exhibit bullet, what I'll do is I'll look at my test bullets.
Yes.
Do I see them on the same spot that I'm looking at? If they're not there on the same spot, I'll move it towards the front to check if they're there at the front. Then you can see them at the front there. But I wanted a spot where I can see the ones that I could count easily that are crossing each other.
Ngiyalibona uphawu ngapha kulenye inhlamvu mangaliboni kulenye ngiyedlula ngiye phambili ngiyobona ukuthi le phambili iyabonakala yini and uma ukuthi ke iyabonakala noma ayibonakali ngidlulela kwenye ke engayikhoma.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, I think you need to understand me. I'm saying in an event there's a similarity in terms of the marking on both bullets. That is the test bullet and the scene bullet. Then that is your 1. And there is also another similarity, a clear similarity that is marked 2. That should be your 2. But now in an event where there are these similarities between 1, 2 in terms of the marking of the bullet, how should you conduct your counting? Do you still say it's 1, 2? Or how do you do it?
Kuza ngokubala kwakho ukuthi ubala kanjani ngoba sithi asiqale lana ke ku number 1 sibona ukuthi hayi uthole izimpawu ezifanayo udlule uye ku number 2 nakhona ke uthole izimpawu ecacile ukuthi ziyafana kodwa ke ungakafiki ku2 usanda kusuka kulolu lokuqala uyabona ukuthi kukhona lapho okunokwehlukana na ziyehluka zifani kusho ukuthi lezi ndawo ezibhekile ziyehluka wenzani uma uthola indawo enjengalezo.
My lord, it will depend. I can continue counting them, or I can continue the ones that are matching on the dividing line that I can see here.
So what you're saying is, irrespective of a breakage in terms of similarity, do you continue to count those that you find to be similar to each other, irrespective of the breakage? You count them in a consecutive way. That's what I'm saying.
Ufune lezo ezifanayo nanoma ke uke wabona ukuthi khona indawo la okunokwehluka khona engafani awuvela uzisibe lezo indawo udlulele phambili.
That's correct, Mal. You can continue counting them if they are very clear on both sides.
Yeah, ungaqhubeka phambili uma ukuthi sicacile kuzona zombili inhlamvu.
No man. Do you understand the example that I'm making, Colonel? I am saying, and please do not try to, if you don't understand, say you don't understand. But again, if this question is uncomfortable for you to answer, just say no. I don't have an answer. But don't try to make us go around the circle for the whole day, because my question is very simple. My question is, in an event of a counting, when you start to count, your first mark, for instance here, on the board, that arrow that is marked 1 on both sides, the arrows that are marked 1, we are saying there's no contestation about it. Those are clear marks. They correspond. Those marks are appearing on both sides of the exhibits. And also on arrow number 2, those sides, those marks are appearing on both exhibits. But now the question is, in an event that in between those marks that are so clearly visible as to not being able to contest them, they are so clearly visible in between them, there are dissimilarities. In other words, you can't find in one bullet you find this mark, but on the other bullet you don't find those similar marks. What is the methodology of your counting? Are you going to say 1, 2, or you stop and start afresh?
No, you continue counting.
Okay.
Before the witness answers, we just want to rise on the point of courtesy to a witness, Molo, to say Colonel Mangena is an expert and he should be accorded the respect that he deserves. To say that he's taking the court in circles, we think that that is improper. Earlier on, counsel said the witness is muttering. We let it slide, but we think, my lord, as an expert, he must be accorded the respect and dignity that he deserves.
As it is the court, madam. So your answer is you continue counting in respect of the dissimilarities between the two lines.
Ushuthi wena uyaqhubeka ngokubala nanoma ukuthi usuthole ukuthi phakathi kwale zimpawu ezimbili ezicace kahle kukhona la ukubonakala khona ukuthi akufani.
In terms of the dissimilarities,
I said despite the dissimilarities, you continue to count. Yes.
Dissimilarities?
Yes.
I don't see dissimilarities there. I see similarities.
I think no nanoma ke kune nendawo la kukhona ukwehlukana la engafani khona lezi zimpawu uyaqhubeka ubale mase hayi mina ngiboni indawo la ezehlukene khona ezingafani lezi zimpawu.
The methodology, let's forget about this one. The methodology of consecutive counting between 1 and 2. Close your eye on this one. Between 1 and 2, there are dissimilarities between the markings of the bullet. Between the clear line that is marked 1 and the clear line that is marked 2. In between there are dissimilarities. The methodology of the counting, what do you do?
Funuwazi ukuthi indlela obala ngayo uma usufinyelela lapho othola khona ukuthi kukhona indawo la ukukhona ukwehluka phakathi kophawu olulenhlamvu yokuqala neyesibili ngoba umusanda ukudlula la uthole khona uphawu olubonekalayo olucacile lo number 1 ungakafiki ke kulolo lesibili olucacile lo number 2 kodwa ke uthola ukuthi kukhona umehluko phakathi kule ndawo le ephakathi kophawu lokuqala nophawu lwesibili ubala kanjani ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ubala kanjani.
I'll continue counting.
Can uqhubeka ngibala.
Thank you. In a consecutive way, you say it's 1, the similarities, then it's 2, as you say it, in a consecutive way.
Ushuthi ukulandelana uzovela ubale uthi okokuqala ngibone into efanayo qhubekele kwesibili uthi esibili ngithona into efanayo futhi.
Are we referring to where there's no marks at all on the other, or maybe on the test?
I've been requested to accord you the necessary respect as an expert, but I think I've tried my level best.
No, I want to understand the question before I answer it.
No, I think I've gone through these questions so many times, and we have answered it so many times. Now you want me to come up with something else. I think I've accorded you the necessary respect that I should have done. You see, but lastly, let me repeat again, and this is final, you see, to avoid any form of prolixity on this aspect. I'm going to do it for the last time, with the permission of the court. I've said, let us close our eye on this one.
But all the questions we asked based on this one, I was answering based on this one. I didn't know about the other one. You said that I must close the eyes and think of other.
Mina impendulo yami umbuzo wakho ukuthi sengibuzo wokugcina manje ngithi ke mase sivala amehlo sike sibheke ukuthi ubonani uma uthi uthola la kunezimpawu efana nezimpawu ezehlukile asithi yena no mina ngiphendula nje ngalokho okuphambi kwethu ngingaphenduli ngento engiyibona mangivala amehlo.
Let me repeat again. Now there's an exhibit that is before you. Not this one. There's an exhibit that is before you. Then firstly, and you're working on a particular group, then firstly you are able to identify a clear line of similarity. In other words, this striation, that is this striation that is on the exhibit bullet goes through to the test bullet. There's no contest about it. Then immediately after that clear striation, there are lines or striations that are found on the test bullet, but not, that are found on the scene bullet, but not on the test bullet, or which are found on the test bullet, but not on the scene bullet. And therefore, immediately thereafter, you find again a clear line of similarity between the two bullets. In other words, the striation goes through from the test bullet and the scene bullet. There's no contest about it. Now, I want to know from you, what will be your methodology of counting those striations in terms of the consecutive method of counting striations?
Now, in the sense of Mugisola, I said to Bege Wenje, Sambe in town. Otoluti like Kaleni, we are born with Kukona, Umoko Bonagalayo, Paul Bonagalayo, Akuna Pigisano, which is Yabonagala, Tatile, Agnan. Almost like a poge. Ebeseke uthola ukuthi kukhona Paul tholakalayo enhlamvini evele endaweni esigameko kodwa alukho kule nhlamvu le obutesta ngayo noma uthola ukuthi kule nhlamvu evele endaweni esigameko alukho lolu phawu kodwa musufika la enhlamvini le testa ngayo lukhona lolu phawu umusudlula futhi lapho uthola ukuthi sekukhona omunye umugqa futhi obonakalayo ocacile kule nhlamvu ethuthwa esigamekweni nale nhlamvu otesta ngayo. Ngifuna ukubuza ke manje ukuthi usebenzisa yiphi indlela yokubala umubala zonke lezi zinto ohamba uhlangana nazo?
I'll continue counting the matching striations.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy with that answer. Now, you were requested by Colonel Kininda, not really Colonel Kininda, by Colonel Bentley, if I'm not mistaken, to go and attend the scene on the 26th of October 2014, not so?
I won't have any way to Colonel Bentley ukuthi awuye endaweni esigameko ngomhla 26 October 2014 ukuthi uyasebenza khona.
Yes, my lord, I was requested by Captain Bentley to attend the scene.
Yebo ngacela Captain Bentley ukuthi ngiyo endaweni isigameko ngiyosenza khona.
And then you were accompanied by two of your members from the Forensic Science Laboratory.
Waphelezelwa ababili anisebenza nabo esiphoyiseni akunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, when you arrive at the scene, as per your testimony, there were people who were busy with their investigation and you did not want to interfere with them, not so?
Nje mufike endaweni esigameko kungafanele ukuthi niphikisane nabantu noma nithikamezane nabantu abathole besebenza endaweni esigameko njalo.
That's correct, man. They were busy processing the crime scene when I arrived.
Yebo babebhizi benza umsebenzi wabo ukuhlola indawo esigameko ngesikhathi ngifika mina.
Thank you. Now you waited up until they finalized, they were done with whatever that they were doing, and then you also started to get involved with your own investigation at the scene also.
Ushuthi ulinde baze baqeda umsebenzi abebewenza ukuze na uthola ithuba lokuthi wenze olwakho uphenyo lapha endaweni isigameko akunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now exactly, what did you do at the scene?
Manje kule ndawo isigameko wena wenzani?
My lord, I took pictures of the crime scene inside. I took pictures of the bullet marks that were in the scene. I took the measurements of the bullet marks.
Ngafika ngathatha izithombe zala kokukhona lapho inhlamvu ezasishaye khona ngalelo langa ama bullet mark, and ngase ke ngiyaqala futhi nokuthi la eshaye khona inhlamvu kwakukude kangakanani.
What else, if there is anything that you did?
Khona yini okunye wakwenza mhlawumbe?
Now I'm talking about the scene.
Ngisho khona endaweni esigameko.
That's all that I did at the scene.
Hayi ikona kuphela engakwenza endaweni esigameko.
Thank you. Now, with that information, before I get to that, and then subsequent to that scene, you also attended the autopsy, not so, that's the post-mortem examination.
Emva kwaloko ke waphinde waya la kwakuhlola khona umzimba kamufa kunjalo?
That's correct, man. I attended the post-mortem the next day.
Yes.
Yebo ngena ngelilandelayo ngaya lapho kwakuhlola khona umzimba kamufa.
Were you still accompanied by your two colleagues?
Wawusaphelezelwa labo sebenza nabo ababili?
That's correct, man.
Yebo babesekhona.
Do you still recall who else, except for the doctor and his assistant, the medical team, from the side of the police, who else was there?
Ngaphandle kadokotela nalo wayemsiza ngisho ukuthi ke ithemba lezempilo, ubani omunye wayekhona lapha?
I think Colonel Mhlatlo was there.
Kwakukhona uKolonel Mhlatlo.
And the LCRC guy was also there.
Kwakukhona nalo wayesenza LCRC.
And I can't recall who else was there.
Angisakhumbuli ke futhi nokuthi ubani omunye wayekhona la.
But were there any other people except Mhlatlo, the guy from LCRC, who were there? By the fact that you can't recall.
I can't recall who was there.
Okay.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi ubani umbuzo bekuthi uyakhumbula ngaphandle kwalabo Mhlatlo nalo wase-LCRC uyakhumbula yini ukuthi babekhona yini abanye abantu nanoma ungasakhumbula ukuthi kwakuwubani?
Thank you. Now, you then embarked on a process of reconstructing the scene to give an explanation of what could have happened Not so.
Manje wasizama ke umbuyisela ukuthi isigameko senze kanjani ukuze uqonde kahle ukuthi kwakwenzekeni ngalelo langa.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you. And the conclusion that you came up with was that at the time of the shooting incident, the deceased was near the kitchen door when he got struck by a bullet which also hit the kitchen door, ricochet, and it fell on the cupboard. Not so.
Kusho ukuthi ke wena egcineni wafinyelela kulesi sinqumo sokuthi uma ufika seduze nomnyango wase kitchen uma ke esezoshawa inhlamvu eyadlula yashaya udonga yasi yabuya izowela la ku carpet kunjalo.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yebo kunjani?
Thank you. That is information that you, if I'm mistaken, that information that you might have gotten from Captain Bentley, not so.
Mhlambe ke lolwazi lolwaluthola ku Captain Bentley kunjani?
No, my lord.
I'm sorry. The fact that the bullet was found on the kitchen cupboard, not that whole statement.
Ukuthi ke inhlamvu yatholakala ku ekhabetheni lasekhishini hayi konke lokho besichaza lokho nje kuphela ukuthi inhlamvu yatholakala ekhabetheni ikona wakuthola ku Captain Ben.
That's correct, because I've asked them where did they find the bullets. They showed me where they found the bullet.
Yebo ngoba ngababuza ukuthi bayithola phi inhlamvu base bayangikhombisa ukuthi le inhlamvu bayithola.
Who specifically showed you?
Ubani wakhombisa?
It was Colonel Mhlahlo and Captain Bentley.
Hayi, uKolonel Mhlahlo no Captain Bentley. uKolonel Mhlahlo no Captain Bentley.
Thank you. I can the testimony of Miss you say it's Colonel Mhlahlo, ne? Testimony of Colonel Mhlahlo, yes, to the effect that when the bullet was found, was allegedly found on the kitchen cupboard, she was also there as well. So
Colonel Mhlahlo uthi yena wayekhona isikhathi inhlamvu izotholakala lapha ekhabetheni la sekitchen.
Now you then based your conclusion based on your observations and the information that you got from Colonel Bentley and Captain Bentley and Colonel Mhlahlo in relation to where the bullet was found, not so?
Can you please repeat?
Oh, I'm saying, subsequent to that too, you then formulated your conclusion in respect of the scene reconstruction based on, amongst others, the information that you got from Colonel Mhlahlo is on where the bullet was found.
We should hear Captain Mhlahlo no Colonel Mhlahlo no Captain Bentley. We should kwakusiza ekutheni ubuyiseke isithombe sokuthi kwakwenzekeni ngalelo langa.
Not so.
Anginjalo.
That's correct, my lord, and it made sense to me when I reconstruct the incident for the bullet to end up where they showed me it was found.
Yes.
Kwacaca kumina uma sebengikhombisile ukuthi inhlamvu lena yatholakala phi ukuthi ngempela ngabe kuukuthi kwenzekani ngalelo langa.
Thank you. Now I want us to refer ourselves to the testimony of Mr. Madlala, which he proffered on the 7th of August 2023. By the way, Mr. Madlala was one of the witnesses once in the house. 7 August 2023 on the transcribed record. I'm going to start on page 19. Now I'm going to start. I'm not so sure whether you've got that record, Mr. Ngobo. I'm not so sure whether it can be beamed this way, just for ease of reference of Mr. Ngobo, to enable him to follow when he's interpreting to Mr. Ntuli, Mr. Nove, Mr. Tanzi, Mr. Sweet, and Mr. Mapisa. I'm sorry. The date is the 7th of August 2023. Now we will be starting page number 19. Now, page number 19, we're going to start at line number 21. Number 21.
I do not have that document.
Yes. We will not be able to follow when it is being. Unfortunately, I only brought my own copy here. Now, line number 21 from the transcript that I have, there is, yes, down, yes, where it starts with the underlined word, Mr. Baloi. Now, I'm going to read what is contained in this transcript. It says, Mr. Baloi, that's now the state. Him speaking now, just a minute. I just want to show you photo 15 of exhibit D. If you can, just use that photo to illustrate your evidence. Thank you. Now Mr. Madlala responds, that's now the witness. He says, he was leaning against the door over there. Then Mr. Baloi asked, who is that now?
The writing has gone beyond the page.
I'm trying to sabotage you, yes, because to go back to the page.
No.
Page number 19, just what? Yes, the last two sentences. Thank you. Now on page 20, Mr. Madlala then responds to the question by Mr. Baloi. Then he says, the tall one, the second one, who entered the house, he was leaning against the door and Senzo had pinned him against the wall that is depicted in that picture, holding him onto his arm.
When the second
Then Mr. Baloi says, and in which direction was this person that you describe as accused number 2 facing? In which direction was the deceased facing?
manje usho ukuthi wayebheke phi lo muntu omchaza njengomsolo wesibili and futhi ke nokuthi umufi yena wayebheke.
Thank you, Mr. Now Mr. Madlala answers Mr. Baloyi. He says, this suspect was faced into the kitchen when Senzo was facing the door at the time that he had pinned him against the wall.
Manje uMadlala siyaphezulu uthi umsolo lona wayebheke ngasekitchen ngesikhathi uSenzo ebheke ngasemnyango ngalesi sikhathi ke emcindezele odongeni.
Now Mr. Baloyi says, you say you also struck a blow. Who did you strike and where did you strike that person?
Siyabuza ubaba ukuthi uthe wagaza yini lapho and futhi wawushaya bani and futhi wawumshayaphi lo muntu wamshaya.
Then Mr. Madlala says, no, I hit him on the face.
Siyaphendula uMadlala ukuthi cha ngamshaya ebusweni.
Then the interpreter tries to put on record that kind of a demonstration that was done by Mr. Madlala, and this is how he put it. There is a demonstration as well. The temporal area of the face, I hit him on the face, and there was a clenched fist which is now demonstrated that that person was hit on the temporal area of the face, that very tall one.
Siyachaza ke uTolika uthi kukhona indlela bebekhombisa ngayo futhi ukuthi wamshaya ngenhla kwesiphongo ebusweni.
Then
Shaya ebusweni and lapha ngeningi eyayifumbathiwe futhi ke ekhombisa ukuthi lo muntu washaba lapha nje ngenhla kwesiphongo ebusweni kusho ukuthi lo omude.
Then Mr. Baloyi says, just for record purposes, who is this person?
Then
Mr. Madlala says, thereafter there was a gunshot that went off. As it went off, the sound of that gun almost deafened my ears because, you know, there was, where we were, it was a reasonable confined space there. So there is not much of a movement in that spot, but the gunshot went off. I then ran and got myself into the bedroom.
So ayisikho ke seyingekho indawo yokuthi umuntu anganyakaza kule indawo la yokwaqhubela khona isibhamu. Ngase ngiyabaleka mina ngaya egubini lokulala.
Now Mr. Baloyi on page 21 says, just a minute. Now where did the gun go off?
Manje ubabaleyo siyabuza ukuthi awumancane manje isibhamu saqhuma sikuphi?
Then Mr. Madlala says, I think it went off in the kitchen because after it went off, there was that beating sound or a lasting beating sound of ears. I think he was referring to an echo. That's me now saying echo, yeah. It's not him.
Kwabana lokukhala okukhala endlebeni usethi ke ummeli ngicabanga ukuthi ngalapho wayesho ukuthi kwakukhona lokhu ukuthi umsindo uphindaphinde.
Now thank you. On this one we'll pause it there. And then there is also further testimony from one of the witnesses who was in the house, Mrs. Zandile Kumalo.
Khona ubufakazi walethwa futhi noma imisazana oyekhona lapho uMrs. Zandile Kumalo.
won't go through her testimony as I did here, but just to paraphrase what she said, and I'm going to be very accurate. She said, as they were seated in the kitchen, they were accosted by two men. The first got in, had a firearm in his possession. When they were still concentrating on the first one, then they then realized that there was also another one who was standing on the passage. A passage that was leading to the sitting room. The first guy, or the first person, intruder, who had a firearm in his possession, then demanded money and cell phone. So as they were surprised by what is happening, then Longwe stood up. Whether he hit or pushed the guy who had a firearm, but that is what happened. But through that incident, then Longe wasn't able to run out of the house. Now, then thereafter, after that incident, all the occupants in their house were in their house, then stood up and they accosted these two intruders. Then they pushed them, according to Zandi, to the kitchen and ultimately towards the kitchen door. So both suspects were on the area of the kitchen door. Thank you. Do you understand this up to this far?
That's correct, my lord. I understand.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Madala says, at the time when the shot went off, the deceased was actually pinning the second suspect. The guy did not have a firearm, against the door. And he was holding one of his hands up against the door. Do you understand it up to that far?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. Now, to a larger extent, that is confirmed by Zandi, by Mrs. Zandi Lekumalo, who said that the people in the house accosted the two intruders and they pushed them towards the kitchen door. And actually Mr. Madala is very specific here. He says the second suspect was actually pinned against the kitchen door by the deceased.
umufi
when the shot went off.
uma kuzoqhuma isibhamu.
Now, you are saying, and just before I come to that, he's very specific again when he was asked by the state as to the position, the position of the deceased and the second suspect. I mean, when he was asked to, with precision, give the positions where the second suspect and the deceased were when the shot went off, and he said the deceased was in the greater portion of the kitchen, and the second suspect was on the door as he was pinned by the deceased.
Ngokucacile ukuthi babelaphi-ke laba solo babili uthi lo munye wayengaphakathi ngasekhishini lo munye wayecindezelwe ngasemnyango wasekhishini.
Now that is very clear. I'm saying now that is very clear.
Manje sekucacile lo.
It can be interpreted in a different way.
Ayikho enye indlela ongatoliwa ngayo.
In your conclusion, you are saying the deceased was struck by a bullet when he was on the side of the kitchen door. I mean, when he was on the kitchen door, which is the reason why the bullet actually exited his body. It hit the kitchen door and it ricocheted and it went on to fall on the carpet.
Wena uthi uma ufike ngasemnyango wasekhishini ngesikhathi ezoshaya inhlamvu eyadlula kuyena yashaya umnyango wasekhishini yase ibuya-ke ingena ngaphakathi.
And that is your conclusion in terms of the reconstruction of the scene. Now my question is, do you then realize that your conclusion is not backed up by the version of the eyewitnesses, version of the testimonial witnesses who were in the house when this incident happened?
It presupposes that only one shot was fired when the witnesses were clear that more than one shot was fired.
Mr. Madala is very clear, my lord. He said when the first shot went off, the deceased was pinning the second suspect on the door.
So sorry. I just want to be fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mandala make certain allegations against some of your clients saying, Yagbona, it's you, I know you? Do you remember him saying that?
No, I'm not there, madam.
You don't remember that?
No, what I'm saying is wait. I'm not there. You could have made them, but I'm not there.
Yeah, but you want this witness to discredit him on the basis of that evidence. Is that so? I'm not saying you can't do it. You can do it. If you want to.
I'm unable to follow the court.
Okay, never mind. Let it pass.
No, madam, it cannot just pass because I need to follow the court. And I need to understand the court. Or when the court says, do I then have to discredit the version of this witness based on what Mr. Madala says?
No. Just let it pass.
Because if then that is the case, my lord, then the court basically saying the version that Mr. Madala proffered, actually the court is basically is giving a credibility finding on.
No, it was put to
Mr. Madala.
It was put to Madala that he is lying. Am I right about the version of what happened there?
Yes, about the identification. Yes, about
the identification. You couldn't have seen who. Are you with me?
Yes.
As long as you have that background, fine, no problem.
Yes, my lord, but I also need to get it very clear. that if the court says, do I then proceed to discredit this witness based on the version of Mr. Madala? So in other words, what I understand the court to mean from where I'm standing is that Mr. Madala's version is not something that needs to be believed. That's a credibility finding.
I never said that. I say the evidence
Yes.
is.
Yes.
It was put by the defense itself.
Yes.
Now, I am saying this witness, he wasn't there obviously.
Yes.
And you are saying this is the evidence which contradicts him. I say fine, you can do it. But it's not like here we're dealing with evidence which has not been discredited or discredited. I haven't even arrived at that stage. I'm just saying that globular evidence it flows. He ran into the bedroom, he came back, he saw this and that and that and that and that. This witness is being discredited on the basis of that. Is that what I want to know? Not that you can't do it, if you think.
My Lord, I've read an extract from the records.
Okay, fine.
I've read an extract from the records.
Mr. Mnisi, you can continue.
Yes, my Lord, I'm continuing.
Yeah, please.
I've read an extract from the records, and I've referred to this court to the testimony of Mr. Madala, whose evidence was led by the state.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So now I am saying
Yes.
to this witness, that does he then realize that his finding on his theory of the reconstruction of the scene does not necessarily accord with what one of the witnesses who were in the house told this court? That's all, Gerard.
Well, this is where our objection comes in, my Lord, that counsel is basing this proposition on the assumption that only one shot was fired, when the witness testified that more than one shot was fired. And one cannot therefore say that the witness reconstructed the scene based on the, or criticize his evidence based on the evidence that only one shot was fired.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi, let's continue.
As it please the court, my lords. I'm not so sure whether I need to respond or to continue.
No, do whatever you want to think that you want to do.
I'm going to request for a direction from the court.
No, you're not going to. You can continue because
thank you, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi says you're basing the assertion on the assumption that only one shot was fired. When he, Mr. Baloyi, says we all know and heard that more than one shot was fired.
As it is the court. Now, I think the state has got a challenge here because the state has a duty to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Yes. I'm on behalf of the gentlemen that were representing, we're at liberty to come up with assumption with probabilities.
Yeah.
Yes, but the state has got a very little room on which to maneuver when it comes to circumvent the concept of proof beyond reasonable doubt. But that is what I'm saying, sir. Mr. Madala's testimony is very clear when the first shot was fired.
Now, Lord, if we look at the incident, from where the incident started, suspects came with a firearm. One produced a firearm. Then there was a struggle all over in the kitchen.
Yes.
During the struggle, one shot is fired, and there's a break between the first shot and the second shot, where Tumela managed to move away from the kitchen to the bedroom. Within that period, anything could have transpired. The deceased could have changed position. The position will not remain the same as when Tumela was there. But when the shot was fired, the deceased body, the back, was facing the door, and the front part was facing inside the house. The firearm was in contact with the deceased chest, in a loose contact where the gases that come from the muzzle of the firearm bent the t-shirt and the vest and the skin around the entrance wound. It exited at the back in a downward trajectory, hit the door, and ended up there on the cabinet where it was found.
ngophaza obukhona ke la enkantolo ukuthi kuthiwa ngalesi sikhathi ke uqhuma inhlamvu yokuqala wabaleka uMandlalo wabaleka and kube nesikhashana phakathi kokuqhuma kwesibhamu okokuqala nokuqhuma kwesibhamu okwesibili. Lokho ngingachaza ukuthi ke phela angeke kusho ukuthi bonke ababe lapha endlini bameme ndawonye babenyakaza and emva kwaloko ke umufi yena kubonakala sengathi umhlane wakhe wawungasemnyango kodwa yena ebheke ngaphakathi endlini and kuyabonakala ukuthi inhlamvu yangena ngaphambili yayophuma ngemuva kodwa iqonde phansi.
Thank you. Now that is very interesting. You're saying there was a bit of a time lapse between the first shot and the second shot. Where do you get that information from? Where do you get that information from?
They just read it now that when the shot was fired, Tumelo ran away from me. We just read it now from Tumelo's testimony.
Is there a portion that I read where it says after the first shot you ran away?
Yes, you read it.
You were not listening. You definitely were not listening. From the portion that I've referred to the court, there's no line that I read where Tumelo says, I then thereafter ran away.
The last sentence there.
What does it say, that last sentence?
Which sentence?
I then ran and got myself into the bedroom.
It's Mandlala, no?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe just made a mistake about the name. But somebody did run and get into the bedroom.
Excuse me, my lord.
I say according to the evidence, somebody did run and get into the bedroom. He is saying Tumelo.
Yes.
Tumelo
is Mandlala.
What did you say?
Tumelo is Mandlala.
Tumelo.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, whereas somebody who testified in this court said he ran into the bedroom. That's where he found the child or the children of Kelly Kumalo.
Yes.
Yeah, we know the evidence. He wasn't there when the evidence was being led.
Just a second. Yes, that's Mr. Mandlala who says, I ran and got myself into the bedroom. Said, did you interview the people who were in the house with an endeavor to try and reconstruct the scene to find out what exactly happened?
My lord, when some of them were interviewed, I was there, but it was after I compiled my report, and it was, I think, a year or so after the incident.
The day on which you went on the 27th, did you interview any witness who were at the scene? Those witnesses were in the house when this incident happened.
No, my lord.
Why not?
Well, I did the reconstruction and I checked the house. I wanted to see the body first before I can do your reconstruction, I've only examined the house, and after examining the house, the next day I attended the post-mortem, and from there I reconstructed the incident based on the physical evidence that I had. I didn't take anybody's statement or version of the incident. I only based on evidence that I had from the crime scene.
Mina ngasebenzisa lufazi engakubona lapha endaweni yesigameko ngoba ngaqala ngaya endlini ngafika ngabuka, and then from kusuka lapho ngasuka ngaya bheka i-postmortem, so ngasebenzisa ke lokho engakubona ngaleso sikhathi.
So I was interviewing witnesses who were physically at the scene, who were there with their naked eyes, who saw this thing happening. Was it not an imperative thing to do to enable you to reconstruct the scene?
Manje ukuthi ubuze ukhulumisane nombuze laba ababekhona lapha endaweni yesigameko ofakazi, kwangafanele yini ukuthi ukwenze lokho ukuze ukwazi ukubuyisa isithombe sokuthi kwakwenzekeni ngalelo langa?
No, my lord, I prefer the physical evidence on the crime scene. Because witness can tell you something different.
Mina ngifuna nje ukubona nje izinto ezibonakalayo lapha endaweni yesigameko ngoba ngeze ukuthi ofakazi bakutshele into ehlukile.
As it pleases the court, I see the court is smiling. I'm not sure whether the court is smiling because it's already lunchtime and smiling for something else. But nonetheless,
he's smiling at his evidence.
Or he's smiling at this witness's evidence.
He says he prefers concrete evidence. So I'm thinking about you quoting science. That science is a branch of study that continually searches for truth and matter.
Yes.
And you say it has to be precise
and accurate.
Accurate.
Yes. And consistent.
That's it.
Yes.
Now I don't know how many versions are in the house, because when cross-examination was being placed around the court,
yes,
and I'm not blaming anybody,
yes,
and I haven't decided anything.
Yes.
I don't know how many versions. The other version was that there was no intruders who got into the house.
Yes.
You guys who are seated there, you know who shot.
Yes, madam.
The deceased.
Yes.
Nobody got into that house.
Yes.
That's one of the versions. I can come with others also.
Yes.
Which I heard in this court.
Yes.
That's why I'm smiling.
They will probably be coming, madam. May we have a lunch break, madam?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then also there's evidence about a bullet, which is what, .99 on the cupboard. Point?
Which one on the cupboard? 9mm bullet.
On the cupboard.
Yeah.
And of course we heard a version by Mr. Ngobezulu that, hey, long and short, Senzu. And she was trying to separate the fight between Kelly and Zandi.
Maybe we have a lunch break.
And we shot him with a .38. And the bullets, I don't know where they are. Lunchtime.
to take measurements.
That's correct, my lord. I did that.
Did you go to Mr. Mapisa and do the same thing, take measurements?
That's correct, my lord. I did.
And Mr. Ntuli as well. Take measurements.
Yes, we went to Mr. Mapisa, but Mr. Tan, accused number 5, Mr. Ntu, but we didn't take the measurements on it.
Yeah, but I go my piece as I have in a boo and do what I say.
Thank you. Did you, when you visited Mr. Sibia, also Meremoto, that is now out of your own, request him to take off his shoes and socks in order to look at his feet?
Wena-ke uzenzela ngokwakho wamcela yini ukuthi akakhumule izicathulo namasokisi ukuthi ubheke iy'nyawo zakhe?
With accused number 1 and number 2, I did not do the exercise.
Angikwenzanga lokho kumsolo wokuqala nomsolo wesibili.
Thank you. What about to Mr. Mapisa?
Ngoba Mapisa yena?
I did the same exercise.
Ngakwenza lokho.
What about Mr. Ntuli?
Manje-ke kumphemba yena?
I did not do the exercise.
Angizange ngikwenze lokho.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, you are expected a ballistic science laboratory, not so?
Ngochwepheshe wase-ballistic laboratory, akunjalo?
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo unjani?
Were you in any event, in any event involved in the taking of evidence in this case?
Awukabandakanyeka yini ekuthatheni kobufakazi kule ndaba? Kuleli cala?
Let me put it this way. Were you part of the investigating team in this case?
Wawukhona yini kuleli thimba lokuphenya kuleli cala?
Investigating team meaning I was part of the investigating team from the first team that started with the case. Every time when they need consultation, they will call me and consult with them, and then I'll go back. If they have any exhibits that needs to be examined, maybe to be compared with this stuff, they will call me and then they will bring the exhibits. I will like the way they brought all the firearms. They will call me as part of the team. But when they do other investigations, I was not part of it.
Ngomunye waleli thimba leli kuqaleni wathi-ke uma kukhona izinto abaziphethe abafuna ukuthi ngizihlole babe ngibiza ngihlole-ke lezo zinto uma sengiqedile-ke lapho kusho ukuthi-ke angizange ngiphinde ngiqhubeke nokuthi ngiyokwenza okunye bengenza nje lokhu okuhlola ngendlela ababengicela ngayo.
Now let's take it step by step. Investigating team will ask you to come and look at certain things. What team ever asked you to come and look at what things?
Manje-ke iliphi-ke ithimba eleza lezocela ukuthi ubheke izinto nokuyini lezi abecela ukuthi uzibheke?
As I said, when they had meetings, they will call me to the meetings. When they had meetings, they will call me to the meetings. I will attend the meetings. If they have any evidence that is ballistic related, they will call me. Maybe if they want me to compare other exhibits or other tests with the exhibit bullets from the scene, they will let me know, then I will do the examinations.
Yeah, noma bekuthi benemhlangano babengibiza ukuthi ngiye kuleyo mhlangano ngiyohlangana nabo. Bakhona incazelo ababesidinga bebengicela ukuthi ngibalethele izincazelo. Futhi-ke uma kukhona abakutholile mhlawumbe okuhambelana nokuhlola kwey'nhlamvu zesibhamu babekuletha nabo ukuthi ngikuhlole.
Yes, let us particularize. For instance, which team called you to come and look at what and where was the meeting held? That's the information you want.
Siqonde ngqo ekutheni liphi ithimba lakubiza ukuthi uzobheka ini.
Just give us an example of a team that was led by General so-and-so or Commissioner so-and-so. They called me to come and do this and this, and this is what I did. We met here at such and such a place. That's the information that I want from you.
Ngifisa ukuthi ke ungichazele kona ukuthi vele ubekisa ukuthi ngahlangana nethimba elaloholwa ubrigadier uSibanibani owangicela ukuthi siye endaweni enje nenje ngoba bebefuna lokhu nalokhu.
As I said, with General Mkote from DPCI, they called me when they went to the scene. I was there, they called me, I attended.
Yes.
And with General Ndlovu, I think that First Loras Police Station, when they attended the meeting at the boardroom, I attended the meeting. And
Njengoba sengishiloke uGeneral Mkote wakwangibizwa ukuthi ngize emhlanganweni nefuthi ke noGeneral Ndlovu uGeneral Ndlovu wangibiza la ukuthi uGeneral Ndlovu wangibiza ukuthi siye emhlanganweni uGeneral Mkote njengoba sengishilo wayehamba nabaka DPCI wathi angiye lapha ukuthi kuzobona ukuthi ofakazi bayichaza kanjani ukuthi kwenzekani ngalelela la.
Thank you. Would that also be the reason, sir, why you were involved in this up and down sweep of trips of fetching exhibits from police stations to the ballistic forensic science laboratory?
Isona isizathu esenza ukuthi uhambe phezulu naphansi ulanda ke izinkomba ezazikhona ezibandakanya i-laboratory and i-ballistic.
Well, it's not the up and down of fetching the exhibits. I examined the exhibit. I could see it. I wanted to get the firearm, and I drove to go fetch the firearm and came back.
No, mina ngisebenza nje nenkomba ezangisizona kodwa kwathi ngitshela ukuthi kunesibhamu ngahamba ngashayela ngayosilanda leso sibhamu.
Sir, I'll come to the issue of the firearm, and now that you're reminding me of it, I'll come to it. Let me just note it here. Thank you. Now, is it correct that your position as an expert is perceived as a neutral position?
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi njengoba ke uqepheshe.
That's correct, madam.
Indlela osenza kubonakala waziwa njengomuntu ke phela ongathathi ihlangothi wathi yebo njalo.
Is it correct that the perception of your position is one that should be as follows? You are at a forensic science laboratory, investigating officers who are foot soldiers, bring exhibits to you, you analyze them, you give them results, they see what to do with those results, not so?
Manje wena usenza laboratory amaphoyisa ke uma ethole izinto abafisa ukuthi sihlole baziletha kuwena bese siyazihlaziya yazibheka and then bese kuvela kumbiko kunjalo.
I'll compile a report and give it to them.
Yes.
Please.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I do that.
And the reason why that is so is because you want to maintain the integrity of the very same institution that you're working for, so, not so, which is the South African Forensic Science Laboratory in the ballistics section, not so.
Ugcine isithunzi sale ndawo osenza kuyona i-forensic library kunjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Now, how did you continue to maintain the integrity and the neutrality of the South African Forensic Science Laboratory, the ballistic section thereof, when Brigadier Kininda says to you, can you please go and take for me the measurement? And then you go there to the people that are supposed to get this measurement from and add your own little investigation and say, no, so much, just because I'm here, I can also go and look into their food. When that was not a specific mandate from Brigadier Kininda, how did you maintain that neutrality in those circumstances or in that instance?
Manje ke wawukwazi kanjani ke ukugcina isithunzi sale ndawo esenzelayo laboratory sokwaziwa njenge laboratory engachemile futhi nengathathi uhlangothi uma ukuthi wathi uthunyiwe uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi uyokala lokho ufanele uyokala lapha wena ukuthi uye lapha uyokala umsolo wena sobona ukuthi uqhubeke wenze naloko ongakutsheliwe noma ukuthunywa ukuthi uyokwenza lapha manje isithunzi ke lapho usigcina kanjani?
My Lord, Brigadier Kininda did not say I must go fetch get the height of the accused or the suspects in this matter. Brigadier Kininda asked me, based on the reconstruction of the incident that I did, the trajectory that I did, can it be possible to determine if I have a person of this height, to determine if he can be the shooter in the case, or he can be maybe more or less the height of the shooter in the case. It's because it's ballistic related, that's why I did that. If it was not ballistic related, I wouldn't go there.
So Brigadier Kininda azange angitshela ukuthi ahambe ngiyokala lo muntu ukuthi ke ngithe uma sengichaza ukubekisa isithombe sokuthi engathi kwenzekani ngalelo langa kwaseke kuba nombuzo ukuthi umuntu onobude obungaka kungaba uyena yini owadubula lapho ngaseke kungiphoqelela ukuthi ngiyokala lo muntu lo ababe naye ukuthi ngibone ukuthi angakwazi ukuthi abe uyena owadubula ngoba lokhu kuhambelana ke nokuhlolwa kwezinhlamvu nezibhamu kusho ukuthi ballistic kwakungahambelani ne-ballistic ngangeke ngikwenze lokho.
Thank you. You are again repeating it in your own words. Brigadier Kininda says to you, can you please go and determine the height of those people that I regard as people of interest? And then you say yes. Brigadier Kininda does not say to you, can you please also go and check on their food? Not so.
Brigadier Kininda is not a ballistic expert. I'm the expert. I'm the one who came with that information. It's possible that if the person was within that vicinity and a shot is fired, there's possibility of the fragments hitting that person and the food cannot be ruled out. So I just want to check if those people were not hit by the fragments from the same bullet.
So listen to me there, Guti. You're one who tomorrow, Guti, Abantaba, Konabanda Babekona, La Penti, and the footing of Babutu, and then so God found a Guti, your show, Guti. Lomuta no Buto Bunga, Gabago, Yena, to be the footing, pin and pay, no Guti, Shambege, the Zingers who say. In terms of spam, when the Ranga and Uti is singing time and two chest spam decided who's a quas, Bonagala, Uti, Champion, Tolagala, Fars of a combo to Bani or to believe. Gawens a logo, go over, Guambela and Nepalistic.
I don't have a reason to believe that you don't understand my question because it is very clear. Brigadier Kininda does not say to you, when you are right there, can you also look at their feet? You did that out of your own, not so.
This is the third time I think this question is being answered. The witness has already said that anything ballistic related, that's his competency. Is there a reason why this is now being repeated over and over again?
For the fifth time, Mr. Yes, yesterday asked this question. Yeah, but allow it. You go on for the 10th time if you want to.
I hear the court saying yesterday I also asked her the question.
And there was argument about whether Kininda came in, whatever, and he said he went to Pretoria at the police station there is Valeria.
Yes.
Found accused of what?
Yes.
And requested that person to undress, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
I listened to the evidence. And yesterday you questioned this witness about it. Am I correct or am I just dreaming, sir?
Correct, my lord.
You did ask this question yesterday.
I'm going to request to refer to the record.
Let's play it now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May we adjourn so it looks specifically at that portion where I asked that question, my lord.
Okay, let's continue, but I can tell you, you did. Oh, my lord. Jesus.
My lord, it's just been brought to my attention again that actually yesterday we never said. Now it struck me very strange for the court to say that I asked the very same question and I'm asking it for the 10th time today. I never asked that question.
Okay, let's ask.
But then the record will tell.
Yeah, it will. You remember or you don't remember whether you were asked the same question?
The same question was asked several times.
I remember you saying it is ballistically connected. I'll do this and that and that and that. Okay, let's go on because I am certain I heard it. Okay.
And it came from me, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Because you're the guy who was cross-examining.
As it is the court, my lord.
You go.
Say, you know what? I could be asking this question so many times. The point that I'm driving at is your neutrality as a member of the Forensic Science Laboratory of South Africa and the integrity of that institution that you need to keep. When you just decide to do things willy-nilly out of your own accord simply because you're a ballistic expert, does that not have an impact on your neutrality or on the neutral stand that you should always have as a ballistic expert?
Manje njengochwepheshe-ke wezibhamu ukuthi-ke ufike endaweni ungaceliwe ebese-ke wenzela into obungaceliwe ukuyenza akwenzini ukuthi ube nomthelela ekutheni mhlawumbe kwehlisa isithunzi sendawo osenza kuyona ilaboratory nokuthi-ke kushiye nawe kungasabonakali ukuthi awusathatha ihlangothi.
My lord, if I get a crime scene where, let's say, a vehicle has been shot and somebody has been shot or sustained a gunshot wound, if I'm able to determine that when this person was shot was inside the vehicle, I'm not going to wait for the IO to ask me where this person, I'm going to mention that this person was shot while inside the vehicle or was shot while outside the vehicle. So if it's anything that is ballistic related, I'm going to mention it to the IO.
Bakuhambelanayo nokudutshulwa mhlawumbe sithi umuntu udutshule esemotweni kufanele ngikwazi ukuthi ngithi uma ngihlaziya ngibone ukuthi lo muntu udutshule ngaphakathi kwemoto lo muntu udutshule ngaphansi kwemoto ngoba-ke useshi-ke lapho bese ngibuza ngifanele ngikwazi ukunika impendulo ukuthi udutshule ngaphakathi noma ngaphandle kwemoto.
As it is the court.
I believe we are there to assist with the investigation and we are there to guide the investigation. If it's ballistic related, we are there to assist them.
No, mina wena umsebenzi wethu ukuthi ngiyosiza lapho futhi-ke ngikwazi ukuletha iy'mpendulo ezihambelana mayelana nokudutshulwa kwezibhamu.
And if I assist, it doesn't mean I'm biased.
Akusho ukuthi phela uma ukuthi ngiyasiza lapha akusho ukuthi ngichemile.
Thank you. So, you know the example you just gave is way out of way, many kilometers out of way with what you did in this instance. Mr. Meyiwa is in prison. Was that a scene of crime? Where you visited him, was that a scene of crime?
According to the IO, was he not a person of interest? Brigadier Gininda has asked me to come and measure him because he was a person of interest. And if he's a person of interest, I'll do anything that has to do with ballistics.
So, I hear the court saying, but nonetheless, I'm going to put it to you, sir, that your conduct in this particular instance totally removed the neutrality that you had to have as an expert from the ballistic forensic science laboratory. You basically from the forensic science laboratory became part of the investigating team in this instance. And I'm going to tell you what demonstrates that.
Wena wawubonakala ukuthi usuthathe uhlangothi wagcina ngomunye walaba ababefanele balethe ubufakazi ngalelo langa ngoba wawungahlulekile ukuthi ugcine isiqu sakho njengongathathi ihlangothi ngalelo langa.
My Lord, if the investigating officer is requesting assistance that is ballistic related, I'm going to be part of it if you request me to be part of it. And I'm going to guide them with any ballistic related incident. That does not mean I'm biased or I'm...
Akusho ukuthi ngithatha uhlangothi uma ngicelwe umseshi ukuthi ngimsize mayelana nezinto ezihambelana nokusetshenziswa noma ukuqhuma kwezibhamu nenhlamvu zesibhamu. So ke kusho ukuthi ke mina ngalelo langa bengicelile ukuthi ngimsize ngandlela thize ngiyamsiza ngaleyo ngandlela thize kodwa uma ukuthi kuhambela nezibhamu.
Thank you. I said I'm going to tell you why I say you did that. Now listen to the following. You have tried. You went your way. You even went to an extent of ignoring the very same teachings that you got from the gentleman that I asked you about, the Maddock and Moran, who taught you, number one, what CMS stands for. The art of identification of striations, the art of the comparison of bullets, the crime scene bullet and the test bullet. Despite the fact that on the totality of the evidence that you just gave before court today, yesterday, and also on Friday, in your own version, when you said there was no proper transferability or reproducibility of the striations, nonetheless you went on to find that the bullet that was found at the scene does accord and compare with the bullets which you have fired. And the reason why you did that is because you wanted to nail Mr. Mure, as the state told you that he's the person who had a firearm on that day in question. I'm not done, but you can respond to this one.
Mbona sengathi uzange uyilandelele indlela wafundiswe ngayo Bruce Moran noJohn Murdoch ukuthi ke ulandelele indlela ezinhle zokuthi ubheke ubufakazi nokuthi ubheke impawu ezikhona ey'nhlamvini zesibhamu nokuthi uqhathanise iy'nhlamvu zesibhamu ukuthi ubone ukuthi kukhona yini ukufana noma ngoba kuyabonakala ukuthi awuzange ubone ukuthi kukhona ukudlulisela enhlamvini iy'mpawu ezithile kwakungekho kulezo nhlamvu owazibheka kusukela kule nhlamvu oyatholakala endaweni yesigameko kunayo futhi nakulezi nhlamvu lezi owazidubulile wena. Usho ukuthi-ke inhloso yakho lapho kwakungekhona ukuletha umbiko oqotho kodwa kwakuwukuthi-ke wawufuna ukuthi uninde umsolwa lo owawuzwile ukuthi uyena owayenesibhamu ngalelo langa wawufuna ukumninda ngecala.
My Lord, I'll say it with confidence, and I'm 100% sure that the bullet that was found in the country is positively linked to this firearm. I have no doubt in that one. And I proved that I put my code charts there, which shows enough marks that were transferred by the firearm to those bullets.
Ngingakubeka ke ngiqinisekisa ukuthi ke mhlambe yatholaka endaweni yesigameko iyo yayidutshulwe yiso lesi sibhamu esasihlola lapha and futhi ke kuyacaca ukuthi ngempela umsebenzi sawenza lapho umsebenzi waveza ukuthi ngempela iyo.
And second to that, sir, I'm going to put it to you. Further to the teachings of Bruce Moran and John Maddock, which for a moment I thought you understood them, and I will be excused if you did not understand them, in terms of the consecutivity of the calculations of the striations, because you wanted a result, you went against their teachings and found that the bullet that was sent to you as a scene bullet does match those bullets which you fired as test bullets from the alleged firearms. I mean from this alleged firearm, not arms.
Kuyaqhubeka lapho kuyabona ukuthi wazi kahle ifundo awufundiswe uBruce Moran no John Maddock ngoba kuyabonakala ukuthi kulandelana kwempawu awuzange ukulandelisise ngoba wena inhloso yakho nje wawukuthi ufune ukuthi ube nomphumela othize ngoba kwagcina lapho usuthatha wathola ukuthi le nhlamvu leni yatholakala lapha endaweni yesigameko wasithi iyahambisana ncimishi nalezi ke owawuzidubulile ezokuthi uteste ngazo.
I've put my code chart here on the screen with 6 marks, 6 striation marks that appears on both the exhibits and the test. And I've marked only 6 of them because according to the CMS, you need only 6 marks to make it positive, or 2 sets of 3. And there I've showed 2 marks. If I have to show more than that, I'll do that. But because the minimum is 6, that's why I showed only 6.
Mina ke njengoba ngikhombisile lapha ngikhombisile ukuthi kubonakalile ngithole impawu eziyisithupha ngoba ke kudingeka kuphela nje impawu eziyisithupha noma impawu ezintathu zitholakale ezindaweni ezihlukile ezimbili ngoba kudingeka nje iziyisithupha ngikhombisile lapha ngibekile ishati yami ngakhombisa ukuthi engizitholile impawu ngitholile impawu eziyisithupha ezanginika ufakazi obenele ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngithathe isinqumo.
I did not compile only one code chart. I compiled 4 of them. Why is it only concentrating on one? The others will leave them out.
Ngibeka amashati amane indaba ke sigcela eshati nelilodwa.
You compiled 4 charts.
That's correct.
Ubeka amashati amane wathi yebo.
So I'm going to put it to you that you've only used test bullet number 5 and test bullet number 4. All the charts that you are saying you compiled, 4 of them, they're just the duplicates. They're just duplicates.
Amashati akhombisa ezinye inhlamvu ngibona nje sengathi ishati elilodwa kwenziwa amakhophi alo.
The code chart that I started with, that I presented in court, I was requested to point out the marks from the same code chart. That's why I used the same code chart. I didn't go for other code charts. Photos of the marks.
Thank you. You fetched the firearm as per request of Brigadier Mangena from Cleveland. The firearm that you ultimately used to fire the test bullet from, not so?
Did you say Brigadier Mangena?
I'm sorry. If I say Mangena, I'm sorry.
So I
maybe it's a good omen. You are going to be Brigadier. I don't know.
Can you please?
But I said I wanted to say Brigadier Mangena. Brigadier Kininda.
So can you please rephrase your question so that you can get it right?
Excuse me?
Can you please rephrase your question because a lot of things.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of Kinindas and Mangenas. Thank you. Let me be very precise. You were requested by Brigadier Kininda to go and fetch the firearm from which you ultimately fired test bullets, not so from Cleveland.
Oh, hello, Brigadier Kininda, which you have a real and spam. This one can also send the sailor which you bullet our bullet to kill and our matches bullet.
My Lord, Brigadier Kininda did not ask me to or request me to go fetch the firearm. I compared the tests which were fired by a warrant officer, rule officer, with the bullet from the crime scene.
Brigadier Kininda, as I want to tell you, this part, meaning I give Tata, there's in time for this as to today. Warrant officer, rule officer. Nothing in Katanis
Yes.
And my Lord, after I compared that, I could see the similarities, but I could not see clear individual markings on the test bullets.
Okay.
And I think I say Katanis and a born to cook on look for another teaser. What as Bonica say in Bow is as a nigga is a
You could not see clear individual markings on rule officer's test bullet. Thank you. Proceed.
And I called Brigadier and informed him that I want that firearm. I want to shoot additional tests since the bullets are two different types of bullets.
That's a yellow Brigadier which you think I just was spamming. Pin the gear to bull and one phone to bull out in cover and baby in town for the going everything I look for.
And he informed me that the firearm is at the police station, at Cleveland police station.
What's
But the SAP-13.
What's in Jella with this is Pharmacy Cleveland, the police station, Sifar and Pascal SAP-13.
And he said the firearm did not have the serial number. So he's not sure if we are going to find that or get that firearm. That's why I said no, I'll go look for it because I know where to start looking for it. If to identify, or maybe to be able to identify that firearm, I know where to start looking for that firearm.
I said to a number of the spammers, I said this will be so I said to Zovaning and Poland Zamutara and the spammers and George Tans of the other meetings are just full up to the spam was restored.
But now exactly there. Realizing that there's a similarity between the test bullet from rule officer and most probably with the scene bullet, although there were no individual markings on rule officer's bullet, you then formed the view that you needed that firearm. Why didn't you request Kininda to bring that firearm himself?
Meaning was telling what you Brigadier Kininda go, yeah, no, this was spamming over. Yeah, one would walk on with it. Who can't now find out tease the part where in Tampesas to know the police are the rule of saying. What about the same power there's a Tambulezo as Lingan, which is an east inside, which is Banana Mission, the power Solana. Traffic in the Puma in the Venezuela, you in a Gungam Telanga, which are here looking in the Olet Hella, this is part.
As I said, I know how to identify that firearm. If I would say for Brigadier, you can go to the station and fetch how many of the firearms were at the station without the serial number. You could have brought any firearm that may probably bring the wrong firearm. So if I go there, I know how to identify the firearm. That's why I said, no, I'll go and look for it so that I can identify it.
I'm going to pay me now by a phone at the Suspan, or I'm being servant, which you don't buy anything to pay. I swear that by 80 of this is spam, that's in Gipa missing an hour, so a number. I touch anonymous spam, I said. So, when I'm going to go to Milan, Genga was putting yoga, using your Scott Bell to spam mixing a guy, you see. You call again Gabona Gungo to come by me and your food and the Suspan.
And I've mentioned that if the firearm was with the owner or was with the company, I wouldn't go and fetch it. I would ask him to go fetch it and bring it to me.
Futhi obuye ukuthi uba lesi sibhamu sasi kumniniso noma sasikwenyika senkampani ethi ngangeke ngimtshela ukuthi ngizwa ngiyosilanda ngangethi ngizona kube uyena oyosilanda.
And indeed, you went to Cleveland to search for the firearm, or you requested Captain Charlie to assist you, and then he gave it to you. But when you received the firearm, the seal thereof was broken, not so. The seal back thereof was broken, not so.
Manje wena ke wasuya ke eCleveland wafika wathola uCaptain Charlie wakusiza ukuthi uthole leso sibhamu. Kodwa ekuthole kwakho leso sibhamu wathola ukuthi sikhwama leso sasifake kusona isibhamu sasivulile.
That's correct, my lord. Not all the firearms at the SAP 13 are in seal bags.
Akuzona zonke ibhamu ezivuka ngaphansi kuka SAP 13 ezifakwe ekhwameni ezingavulile.
Now that's very interesting, because Captain Muchali said that his firearms were destined for destruction, and each firearm had to be put into a seal bag. He said that without no doubt. He was very specific about it. And you, sorry.
Ngabazi umechaza ukuthi zonke ibhamu ezaziwe eSAP 13 ngaphansi kwakhe zazi kwakuhlose ukuthi zizoya ziyopheliswa. Manje ke uthi yena wayengangabazi nancane ukuthi ibhama enazo zasisekhwameni ezivaliwe.
I'm sorry, and you have said, when I asked you questions, what would you do when you receive a seal? What does the forensic science laboratory deal with a firearm that they receive in a broken seal? And your answer was, we don't even receive it. Why did you receive this one?
Manje ke ngikuzile mina ukuthi uma ukuthi khona isibhamu esizasise esikhwameni esingavalisisiwe wena uzokwenzani? Wasithi wena cha ngeke sisamukele leso sibhamu. Manje ke ushiyangitshela ukuthi isibhamu leso wasithola sesikhwameni esingavalisisiwe. Manje ufuna ukwazi ukuthi wawusamukelelani?
But when the detective books out the firearm from the SAP 13 to send them to the lab for analysis, they find them not in sealed bags. They seal them so that they can send it to us for analysis. Now in this case, the firearm is at the SAP 13, it's destined for destruction. It was in a box, but it was still in the bag that was sealed by warrant officer ruler, so when the firearm goes back to the station.
Manje ke uma beletha ibhamu la kithina awusho ukuthi baziletha ngekhwama ezingavalisisiwe kodwa ke mina ngiyethatha lesi sibhamu lesi yebo sasisikhwameni esingavalisisiwe kodwa sasisebhokisini ngoba zasifanele ziyopheliswa lezi bhamu. So ke ukusho ukuthi ke amaphoyisa azifaka kuleso sikhwama kulezo khwama kulesi sikhwama ke sona sasivalisiswe urulos.
So I'm just wondering if you've got your affidavit where you're dealing with this firearm. Yeah, I can't remember now. What exhibit was it? Exhibit? I'm told that's exhibit X13C. Can you please go through your affidavit and show us a line or a paragraph that said when you arrive at Cleveland Hospital, the firearm. What did they say?
What's happening now? Yes. What's happening now?
At Cleveland Police Station. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm being corrected because I said hospital instead of
hospital. Okay.
No. I'm saying, I said Cleveland Hospital.
Yeah, I heard
it was just a slip of a tongue. I should have said Cleveland Police Station. But nonetheless, can you please show us a paragraph or a sentence in your affidavit that says, upon your arrival at Cleveland Police Station, you found this firearm that you had to go and fetch there, which was in a box, which was in the seal in which it was sealed by Mr. Rudolphs.
Wathi kumyolanda esibhamle Cleveland sasebhokisini lalivalisiswe uRudolphs.
Is that his evidence?
That is what he just said, my lord.
I found it in an open bag. Now that was sealed by Warrant Officer Rudolphs after examining this file.
Ngibina wasola esikhwameni sivuliwe ngoba owayegcina ukusivalela esikhwameni Warrant Officer Rudolphs.
Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, just be sincere. You also mentioned the box there. You also mentioned the box. So I want you to take me to a passage where you said it was in a box, it was sealed by, it was in a seal that it was sealed in by Warrant Rudolphs in your affidavit.
Well, if it's in a box, in a seal bag, I don't mention a box.
Do you agree with me that which you've just told to the court now is not there in your affidavit?
I don't put it in my affidavit. I put it the seal bag. I said it's in an open bag with now the same number that Warrant Officer Rudolphs sealed it in. So I don't have to mention that it was in a box. Do I have to mention that? Do I have to mention everything that I did at station? No, I don't mention that.
Okay. Thank you.
A police station in Gishiro, Joe, Tessa Puxin, Ashwood, Esses Communist, say, the Silvado, Warrant Officer Rudolphs.
You know what is strange as well? Mr. Mchadi, yes, Mr. Mchadi, the SAP 13 chief at Cleveland said, I use his own seal, not a seal that was used by Warrant Officer Rudolphs said. Now you are telling this court that the seal that was broken is the seal that was used by Warrant Officer Rudolphs, not so.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, but Mchadi said, no, I used a different seal. I used my own seal, not really his personal, but a seal. In other words, he used a different seal, not the one that was used by Rudolphs.
Isikhwama esivalisekayo esihlukile lesosasetshenziswa uRudolphs.
My lord, on paragraph 7 of my report, I said on Monday the 20th of July 2020, I received an open seal bag with number PA 40081081085, marked inter alia Cleveland case 96 of 2015, and SAP 1386/2015 that contained the said firearm. On Warrant Officer Rudolphs' statement, paragraph 10, on the 13th of February 2015, the exhibits mentioned in paragraph 3.1 to 3.3 were sealed in an evidence bag with number PA 400081085. It's the same bag.
Okay.
The number lena engibhalile lapha mina ukuthi ngangithole lapha ngomhla ka-20 kuJuly 2020 ukuthi ngathola isikhwama esasinenombolo lo PA 400081085 esasimakwe ukuthi kwezinye indawo ukuthi Cleveland MAS 96/02/015 and SAP 1306/2015 esesinalesi sibhamu yiyona ncimishile number eyayi kulesa sikhwama nale eyayi lapha kumbukiso lo kaRudolphs okhipha yona le number ukuthi isibhamu sasibekwe kusona leso sikhwama.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, it doesn't matter. Whether you found it in a seal bag that was used by Captain Charlie or a seal bag that was used by warrant officer Rulof, the fact of the matter is the seal bag was broken when you found it. And further on, let me proceed. Let me proceed.
Let him finish.
It matters, as I said, it matters a lot, my lord, because it's the same bag that
okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
No, okusemqoka ukuthi nje isona leso sikhwama sabhalisiswa uwarrant officer Rulof.
And Mr. Muchali told this court that he sealed it in his own seal bag. He was very surprised when I read this passage of your affidavit to him, that when you arrived there, you found it in an open seal bag. Very surprised.
Can maybe, my lord, we have a court record to assist us, you know. I think if such a proposition is put.
What time is it? Yeah, because as I remember the evidence, it's like you're talking like 120 firearms. I'll just tell you, Mr. Mnisi.
I did not hear the...
You seem to forget the evidence of, is it Commander Singh?
Yes.
Commander Singh,
yes.
The Indian gentleman who came here and said he was in charge of the destruction of redundant firearms, etc., etc., and that he had signed a register that the firearm, which was allegedly tested by Rulof, must be destroyed. But God works in strange way. It was never destroyed.
It's actually Bayat.
Bayat, yes.
Yes, madam.
That's it. Rulof came to this court with a firearm. And I said to him, you're standing there, bring it here, I want to see it. The very firearm which is the issue of contention in this trial. He took it out. I actually grabbed it and looked at it because I said, I want to see it. And then I said, give it to each and every of the advocates there. You remember that?
Yes, madam.
Oh, good. Then he gave it to the advocates, and then he had a box, a blue box. Went in, there were about 9 or 13 cartridges. I said, bring those here. I want to see them. What time is it? Maybe we should adjourn. People are tired.
Yes, it's 19 minutes past 3.
Yeah. Continue tomorrow.
We'll continue tomorrow,
So
madam.
that's part of the evidence.
Thank you, madam.
And this witness,
yes,
I don't think, he never denied that there was an open bag in which you took it out.
That's correct.
He never denied it. I mean, we're just wasting time. He agreed that when he got to Cleveland, the firearm was there under the badges which had to be destroyed. And then Charlie also says that. And then when I asked him, Charlie, do firearms vanish at Cleveland? And then he said, yes, in Zulu. Zonke siyazi, we all know that firearms vanish. Tomorrow.
En jy dan staan aan jou verwysing tot so 'n man nie.